Good morning from Spain, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Look, everything's changed. Everything has absolutely changed. And thank you all for joining me. And especially Partha. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So here we go. It's the 5 a.m. Live stream Eastern. And this is the Breadcrumbs Project. I am the breadcrumb. And these are my fellow crumbs here in the chat room and some of the most important people right now. So good morning, everybody, and good afternoon to you, Partha. Partha, not only do we need to track what constellations they're in, but we need to see what their actual trajectory is. I don't believe the trajectory that we are being fed from JPL. I don't believe that one bit right now, because I can either believe your data or my lying eyes. I've had two independent crumbs, and that's what I'm going to call our researchers, people that contribute. I've had two independent crumbs, because those are two clues, say the same thing. Those comets are coming closer to each other. So these guys are not intersecting. These guys are closing in on each other. What clued me in is what Partha said yesterday, and has been trying to say, that the head is going to rejoin the body. So these guys aren't intersecting. These guys are closing in on each other. I think Partha's date of the 28th is spot on. And that's when they're going to start warning us about something really crazy happening in the sky. Epic, they are. There you go, you too. Good morning. Cheers. Thank you for the great work. Thank you for all the work. Thank you for and you can add to your resume. You are a manager of a YouTube, a monetized YouTube channel, and you are the media manager and the social manager. So and co-producer and co-host. So hey everyone. So yeah, no EMP today, no EMP tomorrow. 28th is when the action is going to happen. I have been making my analysis on flawed data. All right? I have been making my absolute analysis on data being fed by JPL. And observational data by everyone out there is saying that can see these two objects, they're closing in. That's what I saw. That's why I keep saying Mickey Mouse ears. Mickey Mouse ears to Venus. So you don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe me. You have a night sky. I have a night sky. Epic has a night sky. I don't know what his night sky is like, but it's interesting. But he's been told. He's been told the same thing. And it's not just Indian mythology talking about this, Crumbs. Parth and I are going to do hopefully another Zoom meeting, because the data here, and I told him this morning when we exchanged texts over Skype, that he is feeding me a great deal of data. I just don't have the context. I don't have the programming to be able to execute on all the levels he's talking about. He's not only talking about Indian tradition, Indian teachings, and Indian astrotheology, but he's also incorporating the Egyptian. He's also incorporating every astrotheology that incorporates the stars. He drags into it. It doesn't matter where it's from, so it can be Western as well. If I'm misrepresenting you, please let us know, Partha. Marie, here, let me pull this up. Let me. Give me a second. I'm working on the systems. All right. This is what's supposed to be happening today. They're supposed to be intersecting today. All right. Hopefully this won't be too tough. Oh boy. All right. All right. Sorry, I have to do production work here. And let me pull this up for you to see what I'm seeing. All right. And I'll try to make it as big as possible. All right. So this is what we are supposed to be seeing today, and what is actually happening today is and this is at 11:11 Epic's time. This is 11:11 today. Uh, Greenwich Mean Time. Yeah, Greenwich Mean Time, United Kingdom, 11:11 today. So right before noon. This is what is supposed to be happening in our solar system, and you see the close merging of Swan and Venus, and this is a still picture. So this is what they were saying. They're intersecting. They have these orbits. You see the cross there, the cross orbits. They're supposed to be intersecting today. And here is going to be a different view. Let me pull this up. All right, so this view right here that you see, we're looking at, and Partha, this will help you as well. You're probably looking at this going, what is this? We are looking from the southern hemisphere up to the northern hemisphere in this picture. So it is today, Greenwich Mean Time, 11:11. And right now it is 10:11 Greenwich Mean Time. And so this is what we're supposed to be seeing. And then this is another view. Now this is a northern hemisphere view, and you can see where the Earth is, Venus, and this is the alignment that Partha has been talking about, which is very meaningful and gives us an idea. And then this is the tracks of this is Atlas right here, and then this is Swan. And they're supposed to be passing each other. I don't think they're passing each other. I think they're headed right for each other. I think the head is joining the body, like Partha said. No, no. The data that you have supplied to us, Partha, is being played out in the heavens as we see them. So you've taught us how to read the heavens, and we are now seeing what you are saying. What we are not seeing is what NASA is telling us. Everything NASA is telling us is kind of a complete fabrication. So the assumptions of the trajectories of these objects is that they're going in an elliptical orbit, and they are going in a perihelion towards the sun, both these objects. And as you've noted, Partha, what you've seen is a constant correction of the trajectories on live view. I mean on the sky, thelivesky.com, and And you see the same thing I've been seeing for the last month, is that closing trajectory. I mean, they don't say anything about it, but it's noticeable. And right now, I mean, they're just right on top of each other. And I agree with you that it's going to be the 28th, that today was just, again, more misinformation in the system. I'm wearing my Q colors now because I'm totally down with the Q. There's more information in the Q and massive misinformation in the media. And this alone should be an amazing event by any measure, and yet it's not being discussed by anyone. Yeah, thanks, Dance Biker Dance. We have to track these things because what NASA shows us and what is actually happening is have no relation to each other. So the funny thing is, and I say this in a most disrespectful way, is you know that difference is already built into the system. All right. So let me see if I can make examples. All right. So here are the 5 comets that are close to our system. And the magnitude that you see on each one of these, you have the location. You don't have the direction, you just have the location. You have the constant location. So if you go back in the history, depending on how much misinformation is built into these locations, you can actually do the tracking, okay, of these objects. But here is our friend Atlas. And you can spot Atlas because its picture is completely different than the other 5. And if you're a Sesame Street fan, one of these things is not the same. One of these things is different. So clearly, the data that we are getting for Atlas is completely different from the data that we are getting for all other comets. I mean, go look at all these. I'm doing a scroll through. You know, as you notice, Atlas is going crazy. Bunch of comets out there. Master, I still haven't figured out who Master is. Comet C 2020 F5 Master. I can't find what Master is. So Pan-STARRS, Schwaben, Atlas Africano, Atlas Preen, these I know. This Master popped up 3 weeks ago, and I don't know anything about that dude. Scrolling back up, look at all the pictures, look at all the graphic depictions of all the comets, look at all that graphic depiction of all the comets. And here is Comet Atlas. All right. So if you go to all these observations, you have its location, not its trajectory. Then you have the observed magnitude. That is what people see, the combined measure of what the magnitude of the comet that people see, how bright it is, and so you have JPL and COBS. These two always are like 0.3, 0.5 difference of each other, and then you go to Lemon, and then you have JPL's estimated magnitude and the observed magnitude. The difference between, and I'm on a Comet C 2019 U6 Lemon, the difference between the order of magnitude of observed and estimated is off by an order of 6. So this makes no sense. We go right back to the Chewbacca defense. We go straight back to the Chewbacca defense. Why would Chewbacca be living with Ewoks? They're cute. I get it. That's fun for a weekend, 2 weeks. But something's up if Chewbacca is not living with his fellow Chewbacca people. You know? It don't make no sense. And we keep going over to pan stars. Pan stars, again, the difference of observed and estimated. I mean, if I worked at JPL and I was in management, I'd be like, yo, and I'd be using that same kind of language because, I mean, you have to get real with some of this stuff. Why are we having such a difference between our estimated magnitude? I get it. That was projected a month ago. But we need to be fixing these numbers, people. We can't have people seeing one thing and us writing another. We can't be seeing two different things. You know what I'm saying, guys? Let's tighten this shit up, you know? Come on. But that's not happening. The difference between these two is absolutely ridiculous. These two numbers shouldn't be so different. You can be an astronomer of the most greatest magnitude, and you'll never explain why these two are different. They're different because the information is not correct. And here we go to our friend Atlas. And I can go back into my graphic history and just note the changes of these numbers. And then again, look at the manipulation. Look at the image manipulation for Comet Atlas. So this is what I have been basing my whole thing about. Hey, we're going to have an EMP. It's an electric universe. ... Blah, 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 Ginger. And no, they're not intersecting. They're heading right for each other. And what imaging do we have of this comet? The only imaging we have is our friend Mike Yeager. Look at that beauty. Look at how beautiful that comet is. Does that look like a magnitude 9 and a magnitude 10? Not to me. And it can't be a magnitude 9 because everybody can see it with their naked eye. So both Comet Swan and Comet Atlas and Comet Swan, you know, it's not a 6.2. They tell us, if you can see it with your bare eye, it's a 4. If you can see it with your binoculars, then it's a 5. And Lewis, are you on here? Let me get back to the comment thread. Lewis, are you on here? Marie, don't be nervous. Do not be nervous. This is okay. Same thing's going to happen. If these two collide, it's just going to be a big magnetic event. It will not be an explosion like a nuclear event. It'll be nuclear in space, but we'll only feel it as an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse. Partha, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, Marie, don't. And this is what we do here on the project. We bring you facts and information so you don't be nervous. All right? We bring you, and unfortunately, we have to do a lot of cleaning up of the information. And I am not going to believe NASA because they've already proven to me again and again, and JPL again and again and again, that the information that they're providing is manipulated. So when you actually see the raw data versus what they type, there's a clear distinction. So they've lost credibility. That's heartbreaking to me, guys. I mean, I'm a space nerd way back, and I think in Partha, I think you've got to feel that same disappointment, you know, because you're as nerdy as I am, man. You're as Star Trek-y to the core as I am. And, you know, to see something that you've admired from childhood suddenly become a flat-out liar to you and denounce you, even though you're saying, look, here's the photographic proof. Where's the ice on the comet? And they denounce you. They don't talk to you. They denounce you. That's just heartbreaking. No delays, guy. We got all day. No EMP today. What I was basing my calculations on was completely erroneous. What I see in the sky, what Lewis sees in the sky, what Dancer sees in the sky, what Biker sees in the sky, what Partha sees in the sky, when we're allowed to, is these comets are coming together over Venus. All right? They're not intersecting and flying past each other. That's not what's happening. They're intersecting. The head is joining the body. Ooh. All right. Let's go back to this while my collar. One of these things is different. One of these things is not the same. Can you spot it? Which one's different? So the data that we're getting, obviously, on Comet Atlas is being manipulated. Yeah. And clearly, Partha, you can read the sky far better than NASA, JPL, or anybody else that I know can. You can read the sky. You can read the sky, and you can decode the messages that have been left in the past by those that care about us to decode and explain to those in the future today now. I'm going to use profanity. Prepare yourself. So if you're not ready for profanity, then go ahead and hit the mute now and mute it for about 10 seconds, all right? In 3, 2, 1, mute. These two fuckers are hitting each other on the 28th, people. All right? It's not a bad event. It's not a bad event. We've been warned. We've been told what to do. My timing is incorrect because of the data that I've been fed by JPL in NASA is incorrect. How can I prove that? Look at the picture of Atlas. That is manipulated data. Who are we getting any imaging from? Our friend with no picture, Mike Yeager. Look at that picture, man. Who at home has access to that kind of telescope? Same advice. My advice has not changed one iota. First things first, have at least 2 weeks supply on hand. I have 2 months, and it's great because I don't have to go shopping. I can go grab something when I need it in the in what we call an almacén or the pantry. My pantry is just a little extended, and that's probably how I'm going to live the rest of my life because I like the fact that I don't have to go to the store and get stuff. I have 2 months worth of supplies, dry goods, wine, water, wine, canned goods, and here in Spain, we use tanks. We use butanos. We use gas tanks for our stoves for the most part. We don't use electric because it's so expensive. So I don't have to worry about when we lose when we lose electricity, I don't have to worry about it because I have how we do barbecues in America with those tanks. So I would figure out a way to even cook for 2 weeks using fire. So using your barbecue pit or something like that. But just prepare for at least 2 weeks worth of power outage. So that's my advice. Physical thing to do, 2 weeks. Pull 2 weeks worth of cash out. So the 2 weeks would be my warning. This doesn't change your life any. So you have 2 weeks of supply on hand. Cool. You don't have to go to the store as much, you know. So, and most people really, especially if you have a big family, that's just where you live because you can't go to the store as much as a single bachelor does. I used to go to the store every day. That's how we interact in Spain. We go to the store every day. We catch up on the news, and then we go to the bars in the evening, and walk around and laugh, tell jokes, and sing. But 2 months supply of food on hand, 2 weeks supply of cash on hand doesn't hurt anything. The second thing is just ground your faith. Whatever faith you have, ground to it. Are you Christian? If you're Christian, don't you pay attention to Revelations? Because Partha and I think are firm agreement. In anything that we've studied, Revelations is an outlier. It's not that Christianity doesn't have any validity. Christianity is based on Judaism. And Christianity doesn't bring a new covenant. So if you're following Yeshua, you have to be grounded in the Torah. I'm sorry, And epic, I'll use this. Look, you can drive in America all your life and be a great driver, but your first hour and a half, 2 hours, for your first 2 weeks in England, you're going to be messed up. The English drive the English way. They drive completely different to Americans. So you can't be driving in America and suddenly jump on the highways in England. So I don't mean to pick on Christians all the time, but you can't base your faith solely on the New Testament because it's new. It's new, it's edited, and it really has very little validity on how it plays out in history. Now, the stuff that Yeshua talks about and the fundamentals of Jesus and what he talks about, man, that rings true to everybody that reads it, man. Mark, Matthew, all the Gospels are powerful, powerful, powerful. They're very well edited. They were written in Armenian, and they were written, over 30 or 40 years, and they were compiled 300 years after they were written. So again, there's heavy editing that's gone into it, and it's very inspirational, moving, and motivating, but it's all based on Judaism. So everything Jesus said is based in the Talmud. And I haven't had anybody come into the stream and say, no. I know the Talmud, and Jesus was saying new stuff. He wasn't saying, no, every Jew goes, yeah. I mean, no Jew is moved against Yeshua. That's why you don't have a big anti-Jesus movement in Judaism. What you have is a problem with saying, well, he's God. And then all the writings trying to combine that with the Torah is not right. Yeshua can have his own book with revelations. That's fine. But you can't match it up with the Torah because they don't go together. Once you read the Old Testament and then you go into the New Testament, you're like, you bump up against it, man. You bump hard. So you've just got to read it as a whole different book. But you have a firm understanding of what Yeshua is saying. And then after you pick up a Talmud and you spend a year in synagogue, well, you look at Christianity a whole different way. All right. So ground your faith. If it is Christianity, do not. I'm not saying do not. I'm not telling you what to do. Just Partha and myself see everything in Revelations as an outlier. It really hasn't had any grounding in anything that we've seen since it's merging with the Bible. I mean, there's just no great scholars that have reached out to Revelations and have said, wow. But scholars reach out to Indian writings, and everything that Partha has brought to us plays out brilliantly, man. Brilliantly. He's the one who was saying 28th, it's because it's written here. And I'm like, great, 28th. And, I'm just talking, and Partha lays out his case. See? Partha puts a case before you and doesn't yell at you. He will educate you as to what he sees. He doesn't need to convince you. His life is good. He's a brilliant programmer. He's fine. He doesn't need to convince me. He doesn't need to convince you. But the case he lays out is a convincing one. Then I go over to NASA and JPL, to build my case in Western society, and I have shit data to work with. All right, now you can come back. I won't be cussing much anymore. But what you see here is manipulated data. This wouldn't hold up in court. A jury would look at this and say, so why is Atlas different? Can you please explain to that? Why is the brightness, which indicates, why is the contrast of the picture, which indicates brightness, different for Atlas? Huh? All you trolls that have been in the comments section that are telling me, how off Partha and I are because NASA is king. And this picture is just not today. Partha will tell you that the picture for Atlas has been off in contrast for last month. All right, so I should call Partha sooner and get in a Zoom conversation sooner. But this needs to sit with all you people. All right? All of you that have joined the project, and there's over 50 people in the comment right now. This is what every scientist is basing their information on comets Atlas and Swan. And clearly, the data for Comet Atlas has been manipulated. And the only source that's providing accurate photography for Comet Atlas is this guy, Michael Yeager, who has no picture, has no background, has no point of contact. He just pops up every once in a while. The only place that he has a presence is Twitter. You feel me? This is a campaign of misinformation. Questions? Where am I getting this from? This is the skylive.com. It's on the internet. You go look at it. JLT, what program do you recommend for beginners to check the sky? This is a question to Partha, and I'm just going to be funny. Your eyes. your eyes. What you need is a guru. What you need is a guru. You need someone that's going to teach you how to read the sky and then can give you documentation. So it's not a program or an app because you can't trust the data. The only data you can trust right now for the sky is your eyes. There's no application that you can trust because they have to be getting the numbers from somewhere. They have to gather the coordinates for locating that somewhere. And so the only thing you can really trust is your eyes. Your eyes and someone that knows the night sky where everything's supposed to be. And I'm picking on you, JLT, because I know you understand what I'm saying. All right, going to refill my coffee. I'm leaving this up right now so that everybody can understand the reason we're not having the EMP today or tomorrow or the day after is because the information that we've been getting from NASA and JPL has been shit. Has been absolute shit. Our eyes are better gaugers of what is occurring. Our guide is the writings because we cannot trust what they're feeding us. Again, one more time. For the last 40 some odd years, NASA has been telling us this is made of ice. Even though all the measurements, the photography show us this is dust and rock and cyanide and something else, it is dust and rock. And yet to this day, JPL, NASA, and soft sciences academia cling to the fact that that they're looking at, what we're all looking at, is made of solid ice with the history of our solar system enclosed in it. The 4.5 billion years of our solar system is locked in the ice that you're seeing right now. All right, I'll be right back, leaving this image up. Am I mad? Am I mad? I'm pissed. I am absolutely livid. I'm 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 I am I'm pissed because I have been talking to you and let me put it this way. All right. So I've told you, longstanding followers, I guess I'm talking to Epic, that I worked for a Louisiana state senator who was also a lawyer in New Orleans, and he was a classic New Orleans country lawyer. Why? Because you had to be that to survive in Southeast Louisiana, um, law. You know, if you're going to drive in England and you're American, you better practice a whole lot, or you're going to kill somebody, as it often happens. And there's a big case right now where an American was driving on the wrong side of the road because they're smarter than everybody else, and they can't get an Uber, and they killed a child because they're driving on the wrong side of the road. So you assume you're smarter than everybody else until you actually put yourself in a situation where actually you're not. Every driver in England is a better driver in England than an American driver. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter if you're a NASCAR driver, if you're Dale Earnhardt, God rest his soul. You just have to be in your discipline, and if you're out of your discipline, then you become trained in your discipline, and then you can appreciate it much, much better. So I have been following everything on the skylive.com, and everything says that they're going to intersect right now. Partha says something different is going to happen on 28th. I'm looking at the 23rd today, and those two comets are not intersecting. Those two comets are heading right for each other. I've got Lewis, who's again sent me an email this morning. He at 3 in the morning, bless his heart, was able to see both comets with his naked eye and Venus, and from the place I've been telling him to. And then he got out his binoculars, and he was able to see them in his binoculars. So in an up-close status, he was able to see them, not one over each other, but right next to each other. So this is what they're doing in a visual representation of my eyes, of Lewis's eyes, and of friends and people that are friends with Epic, our co-host and co-producer. I have no idea what's happening in the comment thread. Partha and Epic own that, and that's fine. I'm not mad. Yeah, I am mad. I have to get through that. I'm grateful that we've met Partha, because right now I'd be completely lost as to what is occurring. And if I didn't have a guru, someone to show me a way, not the way, but a way, and say, look, this is what I've seen in the past. Well, I've seen that too. And that's what you do in IT. You don't take anybody's word for it, because you get somebody in a project that says, I'm a great programmer, and maybe in his area of programming he is a great programmer, but you've just pulled him in on your team. And programming is not. It's just as much of it's a dark art, because the way a code is written, every program is written differently. There's certain basics, but where something executes versus where it executes somewhere else. So you can't have a hotshot programmer come in and like, oh yeah, let me look at that, and yeah, right. Whoa, look at that. Oh, got it. No, they've got to be on the project for a year, and then they're like, all right, I think I can make a difference here. Give me this syntax and give me this portion. I'll rewrite it for what I know, and then we'll run it and see what happens. What happens? An error. It breaks. And then so you have to go ahead and, what we do in IT all the time is debugging. If something breaks, it's not because it's broken, it's because it's not executing properly. Whether it's a network, a cable can be broken, a router can be locked up, a program can be locked up, not because it's broken. It's just that there's a bug in the way it's supposed to be operating normally. And all the time, technology is improving, and so we're going to have bugs in the system. And the one thing you try to do in technology is keep out the bullshit, keep out the trash, keep out the misinformation. You don't bring politics into the IT workplace. You don't bring anything that's going to cause errors in the systems where programmers can't work together. You have to keep unity, you have to keep timing, you have to keep everything moving properly, because if something breaks in technology, it doesn't break in one place. It's not like, oh, this bulb is out. Everything stops. And so the humans that are on the other end are like, the hell? And the more time the system's down is, yeah, I mean, it's an algorithmic process. The longer the time is down, the madder everybody gets. There's not anybody that says, woohoo, system's down. I mean, they do that for about 5 seconds. And then about 20 minutes later, like, I need this shit to be up, y'all. We can't be doing this. We're losing. I can't tell you how much we're losing. So we can't allow garbage in any system in any science. And clearly, we have much garbage in what we are getting, and what the Breadcrumbs Project has made its predictions on is absolute garbage and nonsense, and misinformation. So yeah, I'm mad. I have to recalculate everything. I thank the dear Creator that Partha came into our system so that we can start aligning what we see in the sky with what is written in the ancient manuscripts by people that are trying to warn us. And there's only one person that has context for the information that Partha has to share with us, and that is Partha. So he hits us hard and heavy, and hopefully in the next upcoming Zoom here shortly, he can kind of unpack what he's telling us, so that he's a man of science. I mean, he's an engineer. He's got his bachelor's and his master's in IT fields and in electrical fields. So he can speak that language, but the only thing that's talking to us that gives us any indication are the ancient texts and the ancient processes that have validation in the system. So Partha wouldn't be spending so much of his life on astrotheology and what the ancient writings are if he didn't have validation in his everyday existence, you know? So this is our problem. That picture of Atlas, that one picture that has a different contrast is our problem. Michelle, I agree with you. Partha is definitely chosen. You know, and I say poor Partha in someone that's worked very hard, but no one can hear him because no one's ready to listen. Stonehenge is absolutely code. Absolutely code. Who the hell built something like that? All right. Hi, Annie O'Grady. And I saw your comment, and I responded to it a day too late. So I'm very weak in the comment thread. Thank you for being up. Thank you for participating. Good morning, everybody. So again, this image that has a completely different contrast to all of them is hiding something. Hiding something. Hiding. All right. Hi, Rhoda. Thank you so much, and thank you for all of your comments. I'm going to go through the comment thread right now and just see where we are. The only thing you can watch to get caught up to speed is you can't believe the sky.com, skylive.com at all, because it is They've proven that, oh, I was getting back to the lawyer that I worked for. So I worked for a Southern lawyer, and you have to be a Southern lawyer to make it in Southern courts, because if you come in there like a big old Northern Yankee lawyer, you're going to offend not only the judge, not only the jury, you're going to make your case horrible. Even though you're right, if you rub everybody the wrong way and you lose credibility in the front of the eyes of the people who have to make a judgment upon you, then the case is lost no matter how right you are. So credibility is everything when you present a case to people. So so the credibility that I have is the long dialogue that I've had with everybody. The credibility that Partha has is his long-standing dialogue that he's had. What he also has is recognition and positive results from the forecasts he makes through his astrotheology. So by the fruit shall you judge the tree. Okay? By the fruit shall you judge the tree. And that is not just a Christian belief, that is a Jewish saying. That is an older saying than Judaism, that is actually goes back to Sumerian, and it's a Sumerian saying. So by the fruit you shall judge the tree. So far, the Breadcrumbs Project has bared really good fruit, but I caught some bad minerals, and I've had some of my fruit come back and come back sour. Why? Because what the Breadcrumbs Project works on is information and data, and I've got data that's clearly been manipulated. So as a lawyer, when you present to a court, you have to have credibility. And so if the opposing lawyer starts to tear your credibility apart as a lawyer, it may not have anything to do with the case, but your credibility as a lawyer is destroyed. You can no longer really present a valid case to the court where the court believes you, much less a jury, because these people think about the law or anything like that. They just have to hear what you're saying. They have to hear what the other guy's saying. They have to listen to the judge's instructions. They have to go to a room, and they have to render a judgment. So everything works on credibility. You get a high-powered attorney who's Southern, who can charm the court, who can charm the jury, who can even charm the opposition. Why? Because he's credible. The information he brings is so solid every time that every lawyer that comes to oppose him can't poke holes in his case. But he's got to be able to tell his case to jurors. If you're a really good lawyer, you're a jury lawyer. If you can take your case to a jury and convince a jury, a peer of individuals that really know nothing about the law but have to present the case, then you become a very reputable and strong lawyer. That's the lawyer I worked for. So your credibility was everything. I'm not that smart, but my honesty in how I take data and render it gives value to who I am. So when I first started working for the senator, I got a lot of things wrong because I had a naive way of viewing at the law, politics, how the process of writing law for America. And I never understood the process. Is you're making sausage. You're not fixing anything. You're taking a bunch of crap. You're taking a bunch of different things. You're mashing it all together, and you've just made a sausage. You have not solved any problems by writing this law. You've actually made things worse. So the thing you find out quicker is the less laws you have, the better government you have. The more laws you have, well, the worse government you eventually have, because you have to get people to agree to stuff. Individuals don't agree. And that's what happens with people that finally get to America and they say, so I have my individual rights. I don't really have to worry about what my neighbor says and think about me. No, freedom of speech. You know, you can say whatever the hell you want, go to town. You can't say things that will incite a crime, but whatever you say, and as long as you're not ruining somebody's reputation by doing so because you're lying about somebody else, you know, you got to measure what you say. But no, you can say whatever you want, man. So credibility is everything. The Breadcrumbs Project has credibility at this point. I worry about that because I can now prove that the data that I was making my conclusion on was not only bad, it was terrible. Not only was it terrible, it completely collapsed a line of inquiry, which is today something was going to happen. Clearly, it's not, because the trajectories are not intersecting. The trajectories are going for collision. Doesn't make anything worse, okay? It doesn't change my ultimate belief as to what is going to happen. It's just it's not going to happen today. And it's not going to happen in the manner that I've been talking about because the data that I've been receiving has been so very flawed. It's made me look bad in front of a lot of YouTubers. So all of my recorded streams look like a mockery right now. But what I've been able to do in these live streams is be able to constantly communicate the changes of information and make the adjustments. And now I'm making a huge adjustment because I am absolutely admitting that what I was basing my information on was a lie, was manipulated data. Morning, Dawn. Welcome to the shitstorm. Thank you, O'Grady. Thank you. Please have something for all of us in there. No, you're not going to. Well, I have to talk to Partha, and we have to coordinate a time. I have to bring my anger level down so I can have a decent interview with Partha, so he can unpack everything that he has to share with us. I mean, he's hitting us with truth gems right now that I can't go into depth right now because I have to clarify that nothing's going to happen today because the information that I was basing this on was a complete fabrication, manipulated data. And I don't have to convince you. You look at that nice out of contrast picture. What do you see? In Partha, you know that the picture for Comet Atlas has been out of contrast for the past month, at least. At the very minimum, I noticed that it was out of contrast. You know, I was like, oh, maybe because, and I put all the maybes in the world until today. And until last night, when we came to a reasoning together, and that's what happens really for me on these live streams, is that we reason together. I get to talk things out. I get people that are professionals in different areas, and they come into this project and help clarify the data that we're looking at. So Absolute, who is an electrician, who understands that what we see in the sky is electrical in nature, said yesterday, well, yeah, these things. I've been thinking these two things are coming together because they are of like charges. They are in a negative charge, in an opposite charged, highly charged, ionized environment. They are projectiles, and if their fields have touched, well, their nucleuses are going to attract each other. That's just basic, for lack of a better word, physics. But that's basic electricity. That's how electricity works in a vacuum. It doesn't have to follow a line. They can attract each other just by their energy alone. That's what we call magnetism. Joe, they're not going to collide tonight because you can look at them with your bare naked eye and you can see that they're not that close. You can see that clearly that they're in a trajectory for each other, but they're not going to collide. And I hate this, guys. I hate that we're going to spend the rest of the day having to clarify this. I am sorry to put you through this. Today is going to suck, honestly. Today is going to be a sucky day. This is a non-eventful day. This is a day where all of my comments in all of my previous videos are going to have the ha-ha-has. And this is what happens when you head a project and you have somebody on your team that's feeding you shit information. sooner or later, that line of inquiry is going to collapse. I trusted NASA. I trusted JPL. But clearly, I can go look at the feed of information that they've been feeding us, and they're responsible for this, okay? I am a taxpayer. I'm a U.S. taxpayer, even though I live in Spain. They work for me. So I should be able to trust them, right? I did. And now my project, and I sit here a fool. Kunwar, yeah, I'm trying to get there. So the problem with getting mad is you have to get unmad. That's why I'm not jumping onto a Zoom right now with Partha, because I need to be cool and collected to talk to him. But right now I'm just going to rail on NASA for 20 minutes. Yes, you were telling us all the 28th, and yesterday I said the 28th. Yes, I was trying to justify it, Partha. Remember, with the information I was seeing. I was trying to justify, well, they're going to come and they're going to interact and their fields are going to collide. That happened. We've heard the pops, so their fields collided and their electrical fields have joined. And I was like, and Partha, they're going to we're going to do it the cross method because they're intersecting. Because if you look at the sky live, the only resource I have besides my eyes, it says these are intersecting. And starting the day before yesterday, my eyes were telling me these guys are colliding. These guys are not one over the other like the sky live is showing, no matter what angle you put it at. These two guys are using Venus as a point of collision and intersection, not overshoot. No. Well, maybe a different phase, Dawn. I don't know how to really quite answer it, but I was strongly feeling May 23rd because of the data I was getting from NASA and JPL, which is completely erroneous and fabricated. Maybe the data on Swan, which actually looks somewhat true, is correct, but they're telling us that Swan has a magnitude of 6 when we can see it clearly with our eyes and even better with binoculars. So that has to be an observable magnitude of 4. So everything that we're basing our conclusions on is misinformation and miscalculation and obviously a psyops. Yeah, and I think the people that gave it the Hebrew name weren't trying to say, ha, 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 we're hiding for something from you. They were telling people that were paying attention to this group saying, these are liars. All right? I think the Hebrew name was painted on them to warn those that know how to understand signs to be wary of this information. Joe, very good point. Thank you for seeing the positive side. Yes, we have a little more time to actually prepare and to actually show people in the sky. So we can show people during the day that our shadow is off, and we can show people in the sky that those things are not flying over each other, that they're flying right for each other. The head is joining the body. Never a straight answer. Yep. Ms. Patrick Fitzsimmons, you've been saying that constantly, consistently. All right, so today is going to suck for us as a project. Anybody that wants to get into that and claim being part of this project and talking to people off of the data and information that you've been getting off of this project, today is going to suck for us. I feel bad for Spartan, but I can prove to him that the data that we've been getting has been absolutely wrong. Yeah, I'm just reading the comments right now, just catching up. All right. So there's over 50 of us in here. And again, nothing happens today because we've been lied to. Fraud. Out and out fraud. It's like somebody says, all right, you bought your house, everything's signed. Go to your house on the 10th. We'll be waiting for you with the keys there. Nobody's there, and a whole other family has moved in. And you're like, I put down payment $10,000. Well, we put a down payment $20,000. This is the attorney. This is everybody. This is the previous owner. Oh, I thought this was the previous owner. Let me call them. And you can't find. Fraud has been committed. Will there still be a day ahead of the event where there'll be a sort of board? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Why are they manipulating the data? Because they have to prepare us. We can't be ready now. There are bigger things happening than we can imagine, that we are ready for, and that the people that are rolling this out for us, they have to do it in this way. No one likes to lie. No one likes to commit fraud. They're only doing it because they have to. Why? The U.S. government and the Pentagon says there's UFOs. You talk to anybody in the Pentagon, they says there's no UFOs. You talk to anybody in America, they says there's no UFOs. We are in a state of such saturated information that we can't take on anything new. So that new reality of UFO is pushed back by everybody's reality that we've been established with, that there is no UFO. Yes, the 28th is the event. I said it yesterday, and I said it the day before yesterday, that, all right, I agree with Partha, and I agree with ZZZ, and I agree with, I think Partha and ZZZ were the only two people that are saying the 28th is the event. 24th, 23rd, 22nd, nothing's going to happen. We can't explain why. We know why you're saying what you're saying, but we have other reasons to be saying what we're saying. Partha has been ever so patient with us. You have patience in a situation that contradicts with what you're saying because you have confidence in your abilities and your data versus the abilities and the other person's data. So you know when you're in the presence of a master, when they manipulate your ignorance and allow you to arrive to the truth by your own stupidity or your own misinformation. What about the UFOs, Marie? Yeah, I got to get in touch with Shepard at IntelliHub. Man, I mean, I've got a lot to walk back, but I've got good reasons to. Okay, I've got good reasons to walk this back. I've got the receipts, as the new terminology says, when you have two different points of view. Yeah, yeah, and through the door. This is a conversation of adults, you know. I mean, how do you feel about someone that has been lying to you for over a month? How do you feel about your new friend who's been patiently waiting for you to fall on your face and who is there to pick you up as Partha is, dust you off a little bit and give you the ability to recapture your dignity? Yeah, Marie, I don't need to believe they're real anymore. I got a guy named Donald Trump who's had to come out and say that they're real. And I've got the most stodgy organization that I have personal experience with come out and do a complete 180 on their UFO policy when there's no need for them to do a 180 on this policy. They could be moving forward today without that 180 on that UFO policy and it not make a difference, because everybody that works in that Pentagon right now, does not believe in UFOs. I'll be kind. 99.99999% of the people that work in the Pentagon right now do not believe in UFOs. There's point something percent right now that not only believe in UFOs, that work for the group that interacts with the UFOs. If you've ever worked for the military, they don't change policy. You don't have policy changes in the military. You have culture change. Orders are orders. Standard operating procedures, SOPs, are SOPs. So if you're going to make a policy change in the military, you have to do it slowly with a boiling frog theory through a culture change. Let me give you a great example. When I was in the military, when we went from the Colt 45 to the Beretta 9mm, and I was in the military when it was transitioning from the good old-fashioned World War II Jeep to the Humvee. They could explain to us in the front lines why we were changing from this to that. But the front lines knew this. We weren't interested in that. They could explain to us why that was important, but in the field, we couldn't justify it. Why? In the field, the Jeep is the easiest thing to work on. It'll get you where you need to go, and it can use anything for gas. Anything, man. You can pee in that tank, and it'll get you there. I mean, the Humvee was big and beautiful and blah, 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 but man, if it broke down for so many reasons, you were hosed, you know? So in the field, you want something that works. You don't want anything that makes the bureaucrats happy. You just need something that works. So the Humvee came in, it's pretty, but we didn't like it. It's too big, it's too bulky. Jeep, 4 of us could pick it up, we could move it, we could put it somewhere else, and we're going. We could put a 50 cal on there, and we're flying and we're throwing ledge away. You know, the same thing with the Colt 45. Sure, the 9mm was lighter and more modern, and you can put more rounds in there. But if you get hit by a 9mm, unless it's a good shot, a good double tap, someone can still keep going. You get hit with a 45, and that's 0.45 millimeters degrees. That's the 50 cal is 0.50. The 50 cal just has it's the same diameter, but it has a lot more power going through it. And the lead, but the diameter is. Look, guys. If I am in war right now, I want a 45 because you hit somebody with a 45 cal, it's going to stop them. Same with a Jeep. So to change the culture of the military is impossible. It has to be done slowly and deliberately with a lot of effort. So to suddenly say that the U.S. military, the U.S. Navy, says that these UFO videos are real, they acknowledge UFOs, they say they are real, and it happened in a press conference with Donald Trump. He is now the UFO president. Where there's no need for that to happen, that means something's going on. There's no need to manipulate data for comets. There's just no need for it. There is no need whatsoever for Comet Atlas to have a different contrast. There's no need. The only people that are paying attention to this are nerds like me and Partha. And it looked wrong to me. Why is it a different contrast? Well, maybe something's wrong. But today, when the results aren't yielding the projection, I have to go look back in the data and find where the problem was. And there's a problem glaring at me right now. And as a programmer, I know that Partha has had the same exact experience. Where's the problem in the data? Because what is running isn't is failing. It's bugged. Something's buggy in the data. What's wrong? You find it, you clean it up, and then you get the proper results. That's all right, Marie. I'm going to be up all day. We've got all day to work this out. We're going to work this out as a team and as a family because I have given you information that you've taken to your friends and family, and they're going to be looking at you like the fool. Well, you got to come back and say, this is what I was basing it on. Look at this. Look at this. And all you have to do is go to theskylive.com, look at comments, and you're going to see only one comment with a completely different contrast. Why is the contrast different? Because they're hiding the magnitude, how bright this thing really is. We're having sound problems. Let me take a break right now, and I'm going to leave this up. So the comment thread, pretty much Partha has the floor. He knows what's going on. All I can tell you right now is that what we're looking at is where our problem is with the data and what we made our conclusion on as a project. I'm going to be up all day. I'll debug everything, and we'll keep doing good work. All right, so I'm going to take a break right now, and everything is going to stay up. I'm just going to mute myself so I can get some more coffee. Have you missed the asteroid also coming today, Alex? Yeah, I've been so focused on this, I haven't had time to do my research, Alex. So if you can put up the name and some more details for the team to investigate, and I'll take a look at it too. And I'm starting to calm down where I can give Partha a good interview. So we'll start to line up that interview today, which will be happening shortly, and we can get him on the Zoom call so he can go into deeper discussions on what is happening. And I know he's got a huge smile. Let me bring up. I know he's grinning from ear to ear. Aren't you, Partha? You are grinning ear to ear right now, aren't you? It feels good. It feels good when you stand your ground and validation happens. And then you can actually see where the error was in somebody that was projecting something different for you. And you're a humble man. You know, you have gratitude. You're picking me up. You're dusting me off. But you're also getting in, I told you so. I told you so. And you're allowed. You can laugh with me. You're laughing with me. Because fundamentally, I didn't make the mistake. I see where the mistake was made, and it was made in the calculations. You know, you had that little momentary egg on your face. But gloat, brother. Gloat. Take that victory lap. Take that NASCAR victory lap with that checkered flag. You absolutely deserve it. Asteroid 2020 KR. You know, and Dawn, please tell me, did you get a good laugh? Did you get a good snicker? I don't want to even look at this because I don't believe the data stream anymore, frankly. You know, I'll look it up. Let's see, 2020 KU. I'll do it right now before I log off. 2020 KU. And I'm not going to be off long. Just need to get a fresh coffee, stretch my legs, and talk to Partha. Who's my source of information? It is again Um, it is, again, theskylive.com. All right. 2020 KU, 2020 KU. Found today. That's great. 2020 JR. 2020 JR is 1.5 million miles, and 2020 KU kilometers. It is, oh yeah, roughly 250,000 miles. Welcome back to the most interesting show on the internet, absolutely, and by far. We bring up things that nobody else talks about or wants to talk about. I am your host. I am the Breadcrumb, and this is the Breadcrumbs Project. And welcome back. So I am decompressing from being really angry about what has occurred with NASA. And look, thisguylive.com is making me mad because every time I bring them up, they ruin the live stream. Every time I run their 3D object software, it just slams them out. It slams the system. So I don't know what they're doing in the applets, but it affects the live stream between YouTube and the streaming software that we have to use. Not have to, but you have to use streaming software that feeds up to YouTube. You kind of have a control room, control panel. But this is basically, I have to bring it up as a picture. 2020 KU. All right, let me pull this up. Takes me a minute. All right, I'm bringing up the screen. And here we are. This is 2020 KU. Thank you, alert commenters, for mentioning it, because I haven't known anything about it because I've been busy in the stream. And what we see here is the purple orbit is the orbit of 2020 KU, which is a near-Earth asteroid. And there you see the Earth. And what I see is an intersection. I don't know what to make of this. I don't want to scare you. But what the hell is that? Right here, there seems to be a clear intersection. No, I haven't had Beach Girl. Hi, welcome to the stream. I haven't had a chance to do any of that. To go see my someone I admire greatly, Igor, in Against the Grain. He does great work. All right, I'm just looking at the comment thread right now. Yeah, Dawn. Yeah, you're right. There's a link between Michael Yeager and and the Sky Live, because he's the only one producing imagery for the Sky Live. It's not NASA, it's not JPL, it's this guy without a picture who produces amazing, amazing captures that I don't think any private individual has that kind of telescope and lens, much less the angles he's catching this at is from space. It's not from the ground, guys. There's something up with all of that, Michael Yeager. So I'm going to leave this up for a minute. I've got to reach out and make touch with Partha. Dawn, I know you're here. You've got the floor. You know more about 2020 than I do at this moment. So I'm going to take a break for a little bit, and I'll be back probably about 10 or 15 minutes. I'm going to leave this picture up, and I'll be in the comment thread. But news is breaking fast and furiously. All right, that's much better. Let me just make sure. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, guys? All right, that's much better. There we go. Okay. All right. Sorry, everything's moving so fast. So I've got Partha on the Zoom. Hi, Hard Force. Hi, Conspiracy. Hi, everyone. Just making sure. Yep, sound. Conspiracy's got me. All right, Partha, do you hear me?
I do hear you, Charles.
All right, so we can do this. We can actually do this, guys. All right. So I'm bringing up Partha now. Partha, don't bring up your main screen yet. Let's just talk to the folks for a few
Sure.
minutes and understand things. All right. So hi, Partha.
Hi, Charles.
And we do have to do this like a television show. We do have to do a presentation because you and I talk on Skype, and I'm highly emotional right now. So, we really have to sync ourselves with the people that are in the conversation. Everybody here, which are about 50 folk. Um, so, first of all, how are you?
I'm doing better, Charles. Yesterday and day before yesterday, I had a lot of pain in my ear and jaw, probably because of that crash sound which we heard on 20th year. That could be one reason. I'm also very sensitive to sounds and all. I wake up in the middle of night sometimes when I hear this, even a small sound. So sleep has been an issue for me for years now. Maybe because my eyes are weak, maybe that's why my ears are strong.
Yeah, yeah, and I find that, the more the more excited you are, uh, the more sensitive you are to any movement of vibrations or anything. It's just your body's trying to sleep, but your mind is unfortunately in an active state. Even though it's in a sleep state, it's it's attuned for sounds and frequencies. And I'm sure everybody in this can't hear Partha at all. All right, hold on a second. I'm glad we're having a chat. For some reason, they can't hear you.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Let me see. Let me see. Display capture source. All right. Can you hear Partha now, everybody? Partha, can you say hello? Test one, two, three.
Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3.
All right. Can you hear Partha? Um, and as you know, Partha, being in technology, it takes a minute to get up to the server and then come back down to the client to see it. So Shelly Charles calls everyone crumbs. Yep. Yes, better. Okay. Uh, Partha, say hi to your number one cheerleader on the Breadcrumbs project, and that's Andrew. That's epic forever. Please give him a shout out.
Hi, Andrew. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are.
And then thank you, Epic, for all the support that you give us. And all right, everybody's giving us the good to goes. All right. So we were just doing some cursory talk. How's everything in India? How's the energy there? Let's just kind of blend into what we're talking about. Do you notice any difference within the community?
Today has been very calm. So, anyways, we have been under lockdown for 2, 3 months now, and the lockdown has been extended till May 31st. So, anyways, the days are generally calm. It's only when something like May 20th event happens is that people start talking. Otherwise, everybody is calm. And today I noticed that there was definitely a lot of calm in the
Okay.
atmosphere. When I got up, I felt that calm.
And May 20th, and it's simple for you to say May 20th meant something to you. Did it mean anything else to the Indian community as a whole?
As I've said, India is I can say is not that different from other countries when it comes to sleeping masses. So when that sound was heard, the memes were out. They said aliens have come. Most of the people made fun. of that thing, and everybody was very quick to jump to the conclusion that it was a sonic boom of a routine test flight, maybe some Sukhoi 30 or something. And so I knew that it was not Sukhoi 30. I knew it was not a regular test flight. I knew that. But as I was saying,
let me interrupt you just for the comedy of the moment.
sure,
Exactly how many hours did it take the Indian government and the Indian Air Force to say it was a flight?
20 hours.
20 hours. All right. So just for everybody to appreciate it, and Partha and I have already had our laugh about that because we understand government, and Partha understands Indian government better than I do. And so, if you have something that's causing a sonic boom, well, you have your press agencies ready, you have your PR groups ready, and you even forward announce it. Look, we're going to have some test flights, and you may experience some sonic booms. That's happened to communities all over the U.S. that have Air Force by them. It doesn't take an Air Force 20 hours it doesn't take an Air Force a whole day to figure out that they've had an airplane that made 5 seconds of mysterious sonic booms. So just in the delay of that announcement causes
Yes.
mockery to what they're saying.
And to top it up, on May 21st, that was 2 days ago, 100 kilometers south of Bangalore, in a village townish kind of place, again the mysterious boom was heard. Again it was for 5 seconds. Now you can't say that it is aircraft again, right? And they hushed it up again.
There's just no way. There's no way. I mean, the power of the booms to cause ground to shake, surface ground, it cannot be caused by an aircraft. And just the physics alone, because you're an aircraft, you're pushing one envelope. If you cannot push so many envelopes in one sector at one time. It's the physics aren't there. You're pushing an envelope.
Yes, and that too in Bangalore is such a huge city. It is the Silicon Valley of India, and 54 kilometers radius. Everybody heard it, and everybody's windows shook for 5 seconds.
Yeah, that is, and again, the power that came with the sound, okay, is of consequence. So, something to generate enough power to shake windows, to shake buildings, to shake ground, to cause harm to your teeth, to cause all of that. It was a great energy expenditure. So
Exactly.
you have to equate mathematically how much energy it took to propagate that much sound energy.
Yes.
So and the only person that really that has nailed it, and nobody can come back with another argument, is Epic Forever, our man Andrew, co-host of this group of the project. He's the one that was able to say that it was a Tesla coil. So independently on his own, Epic was able to associate that sound not with a sonic boom, but right off the bat with a Tesla coil discharge. So something of great power. And on May 20th, which is the significant date that Partha was expecting something, and something happened.
Yes, and it was purely astrological, as I made a video on May 7th. On May 7th, I said, as Swan was going near Algol, which is the demon's head in the hand of Perseus. So it is going near Algol star. So what makes certain things happen when they are stars are in the background?
Yes.
So what makes things happen? Maybe stars are portals, or maybe there is some supersonic energy through the stars, which when these things align, comets and stars align, because there are certain things which we cannot explain through normal science.
Absolutely.
Black holes or event horizon, many things are there. Even Stephen Hawking said that, at the center of black hole, singularity, nobody knows what happens, right? So maybe something happens. So I am, even though I'm a science student, but I cannot directly explain, like, why exactly when a comet or a planet aligns with a constellation, something's definitely happen.
Let's stop there for 1 second. Let's stop there. This is important for I take it for granted that I know this of you, but everybody that's coming into the channel, and really what we're doing here with Partha is unpacking everything he laid on us yesterday. Okay, so if you have a question on the screen, try to get Epic's attention. He can get my attention in the screen. He knows how to do certain things. He'll probably put a cat meme up, and pick on cat bowls. It's what Epic does. Um,
Yes.
but what we're trying to do is unpack this. So let's get to know you a little better from your angle. And we talked about this yesterday briefly, and so briefly. What you have a bachelor's degree, what we consider a bachelor's degree in America. You have a college degree.
Yes, I have master's degree too.
Yes,
So I have a
I was getting there. I was getting there. I was getting there. So what's your bachelor's degree in?
bachelor's. I am maths, physics, and electronics.
Okay, okay, crumbs. Please appreciate his basic foundation of his science understanding. It is far beyond me. He is academically trained and has been in the lab under electrical engineering circumstances. So he's the best.
Electronics to be precise.
Okay.
P-N junction, NP junction, diodes, semiconductors. That was my specialty.
Okay. And the point I was getting to is you understand what an EMP is.
Yes, of course.
And you say, of course, like it's just so magical for you. Like when we were talking about the third eye yesterday. Yes, of course. Well, come on, you've been riding that bike for years now. I've got the trainers on. I got the training wheels on, and you're like, oh, of course, it's fine, it's easy. But you understand an EMP and how it affects things, and
Yes.
you can safely tell everybody here if you take an MRI, you are experiencing a very intense EMP event for a prolonged time. So
Yes.
what we calculate, or what we're projecting, even if these two comets hit each other, if the head joins the body, which is how the story has been given to us over millennia, over thousands of years, this one story has been carried forward with astrological alignments and
Yes.
describing how events will unfold and the characters and how you can spot them. Like in a play, Shakespeare doesn't suddenly present you with a character. He builds you up with the character, and boom, they come to this. They come on stage, and you're ready for them. So the
True.
Hopi have built it up as well.
Yes.
These two Kashinas will dance in the sky. The Indus Valley tradition, Hindu is just a rendition of a very old uh, civilization that knows how to pass messages forward. And they've figured out things so well because they're so good at programming. They're the best programmers in the world that I know. Okay, I've worked with Chinese, I've worked with American, and I've worked with Indian programmers, and they get it. So they see astrology as part of human programming. So if certain conditions are right, certain people are going to act a certain way. And so in the West, we've tried to embrace it, and we read our horoscopes, but we don't know how to apply it. It's so cursory. So I can give Partha my date of birth, and he can tell me more about myself than I can tell you about me. And he can tell me probably how I'm going to act in an upcoming season, just because there's so many things that influence the human psyche. It's not just how you wake up in the morning. Gravity of stars and constellations pull at our electric energy. Understand, and I don't want to get the aliens, but our mind is a bunch of electrical discharges. You know,
Yes.
there's just it's how a server works, but on a higher order. So what we're seeing now, what you guys are receiving, and what I'm putting together here in my house, all of this is just working off of electrical charges. So your vision Once it leaves your eyeball, it's electricity. It's different frequencies of electricity that renders color and motion. So that is Partha's training. That's his basic training. He's not an astrologer, so he basically has a bachelor's in electrical, in basically what is
Electronics.
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 Before you
Yes.
start your career in electrical engineering, you have that basic of electronics. All right. So
Yes.
then you moved into your master's program. What is your master's in?
Masters in Business Administration Marketing.
So you have a cold, sober, electronic engineer's approach to life. You are very, very pragmatic. And
Yes.
um, and again, I don't mean to be racist here, but I've gone into negotiations with Indians because we have to do this when I was working with Lucent because we have to establish costs and profits. And every single time the negotiations, when it got to negotiation, got very cold, got very calculated, and we got our pockets picked out, cleaned, and we walked away with nothing. And the other Indian negotiators, because we were doing equipment, got everything they wanted. And we never figured out how that happened functionally. We'd go back to negotiations and go, now, why did you give that, Charles? Well, I mean, they presented this case and it made perfect logic to me. Did you think about your case? Well, no. I wasn't thinking about my situation. Well, they were thinking about theirs, weren't they? I'm like, yes. It wasn't a bad deal. It's just we didn't get what we wanted, and the Indian companies, the Indian computer companies that were distributing Wi-Fi were very successful, and they made us successful in the process. So in the end of the business day, they made sure we were taken care of in the deal, and they were taken care of in a way that they could go ahead and grow their business. They couldn't explain it to me. They had to put positions that would justify the deal we were making, but everybody won in the end. So I never got in trouble. I just didn't make the arrogant profits that my company demanded of me. I hope that so the pragmatism that you bring to your calculations is on a mathematical, an electronical, and an MBA position, which is really hard to sit across on a table. So that is Partha. That is Partha's training. Now he launches into the spiritual, the yogic, and the astrological and the astrotheological from that grounding, guys. And I say guys because this is not you and I talking. This is me trying to explain you to a bunch of Westerners. And I think this comes as a great surprise. You take it for granted your basics in education, but yours is a very solid academic rigor that you have brought to your calculations. So when you experience your astrotheology, when you do your calculations, when you do your astrology, something has to keep you going. Your calculations must render something for you to do it again and again. You're not going to waste your time, Partha. You don't have time to waste. You have a family to feed. You have a brain to ration with, which is pragmatic, electronical, and mathematical. And every time you make these calculations, something occurs. Maybe not what you expect, but something happens. Go.
Yes. Yes, Charles, but I would like to add one thing. See, the first 24 years, including my education years, I was, as you rightly said, cold, rational, logical, scientific bent of mind. I wanted to be a NASA scientist because my best friend in school, his father was a NASA scientist, so he inspired me a lot. But somehow I couldn't crack that exams, and I couldn't, do MSc. Because I could not do masters in science, I went into MBA, and I used to approach everything very mathematically, very logically. But after the 25th year, suddenly certain events happened. Like I was telling you, my guru, who shares the month of birth with you, and he was also in defense for 10 years. He was a computer scientist in Oracle, and he's July 11th. I met him in 2003 and it changed me forever. So my third eye opened in 2003. My Kundalini arose. A lot of supernatural things started happening. So which was beyond my, logical mind. So I would recommend watching Doctor Strange movie. So I'm like that Doctor Strange in that way.
That is a great way to put it, Partha. Because I've had the same experience as you have, being that Doctor Strange surgeon and knowing how good you are
Exactly.
and being able to perform and be able to
And
get in
and
the
and
time.
Doctor Strange has time stone in the movie.
True.
Strange. So I am not the Iron Man. I am Doctor Strange. Maybe you are the Iron Man. Maybe you are
I,
the
I
character.
I can definitely fill those
But
Tony Stark shoes with arrogance. No problem.
no, no, Charles. I don't find you arrogant. You are very sweet. Uh, so these things happened and I started questioning things. Supernatural things happened. I couldn't understand. I was too young. Maybe I was still 26, 27 when my third eye opened and a lot of things happened. So then I started slowly approaching things from the right brain perspective also. So I was very cold, very masculine in my approach. Very I wanted 2 plus 2 to be always 4
Always.
in,
Why,
in
why
electronics.
shouldn't it be? Wait a minute, Partha, tell me. You tell me. Why shouldn't 2 plus 2 be 4? Everybody online, tell me, why shouldn't 2 plus 2 be 4? If they tell you 2 plus 2 is going to equal 4 and you do it, all right, 24 years. I can do it.
So that's what even my subscribers keep questioning me, keep haranguing me. Sometimes they say that you talk about the supernatural things. So I keep reminding them, and I show that in fact, once I told them that I was a national scholarship winner in 1994. As per, I got an award as the ninth best student in India.
Jesus Christ. Oh my
Yes, I
Lord.
won that award, and I was given that award by a minister in 1994 for my science talent. So I could have been a scientist if I had really pursued that. But
Sure.
astrology, and it was calling me, astrology, supernatural things were calling me. So I had a choice. And what I did, like Dr. Strange, I started believing that yes, there is something beyond this head. So I was very Rahu. Rahu means only head, calculative, logical, rational.
Okay, and Rahu is important. Rahu is going to come up throughout this conversation because
Yes,
what we are presenting and what we talked about yesterday in our conversation is that Rahu's head is joining his body, and these comets,
exactly.
Atlas and Swan, which are not intersecting. Okay, that whole thing of intersection is a lie and a fabrication which we've been able to present here. Um, so what we've had is thelivesky.com, which Rahu was which Partha has been watching closely independently. And we've both seen that these comets are coming together closer, these two epic events, and we've also seen that none of our governments are talking about this fantastic singular event that has never happened in the northern hemisphere of America. NASA should be all over it. They're not. There's a reason. And so whatever we've been presented with is that they're going to just fly right over each other. And what I started seeing yesterday is that they are not flying over each other. Those two are headed on a collision course. Um, one of our distinguished commenters here, who is an electrician by trade, he does more with electricity than Partha and I would ever care to do because he works with high voltage. He knows how high voltage behaves. And his instant thought is because he thinks like me, this is an electric universe, it is dominated by electrical events. We couldn't see these comets if they weren't building up some massive amount of electricity. A ball of ice does not reflect the sun bright enough for us to see on the planet Earth. Doesn't happen. Dust cannot ever reflect sun because dust is dust. And if you see dust in space, it's gray dust. It's not going to reflect. So what we're seeing in space is being generated by massive amounts of electricity. And that's what Absolute understands. And we agree there. And so yesterday I started saying, guys, these two may hit. And Absolute was like, Partha is, well, yes, they're going to hit, Charles. That's what I've been telling you. They're electrical events. They're drawn to each other. They're two they're two like charged particles in a vacuum. Okay, so they don't have to follow a straight line. They're in a vacuum, and if they're charged particles and they're close to each other, and if especially if their fields touch, well, then those two nucleuses are going to gravitate to each other at higher and higher speeds. So the head will join with the body, and boom, some event will happen. And Partha keeps speaking about an event as well. And the only thing that we can think of as people that work in electronics is an EMP that will take out the satellites and most soft electronics. The event is not going to happen today because the information that we've been fed by NASA, who Partha loved and I loved independently, well, that relationship is over, and we just look at them as liars, and they've proven themselves as liars again because these comets are not intersecting as the data shows. Our eyes independently show that these two comets are coming together, and they're coming together over Venus. That's what we see. Am I right, Partha, or am I wrong?
Yes, Charles. So, I would, as I said yesterday, also I would touch the astrological aspects. Yes, there is the data, and there is manipulation of data, all those things. But one thing is for sure, like when you see comets in the background of constellations. So the good part is that even if it is 1 or 2 degrees from the constellation, still the effects are seen here. So you can't lie too much about their position. So that is why what I do is, instead of looking at physical electronic level information, what I see is, okay, in the background, cosmic wave radiation, stars, because stars are cosmic rays. So I see, even if they are 1 2 degrees near a particular constellation or a star, what is going to happen, what does scripture say?
Right.
And that is how I base my predictions.
That is how this works. That is how this has worked for millennia. Uh, all of our ancestors have always been reading the sky, and it has always been a long respected tradition. Why? Because it yields results. No one in
Yes.
antiquity has time to waste, especially with the conditions of life back then. The only way a druid could prove himself in the Celtic society is if he would read the stars, make certain predictions, and these things would happen. Otherwise, you're just another farmer. And the same thing in the Hindi tradition, and in the Indus Valley, those people that could read the stars could make certain predictions, not perfect predictions, but make way better predictions than any other human being on a consistent basis. And so this is how these things have kept moving forward through generation after generation after generation, because you're not producing anything new. You're basing all of your whatever you're telling us on stuff that has been established for thousands of years. Am I correct?
And not only India, not only Celtic or Druid. See, even South America, Easter Islands. So in Easter Islands, the eclipse which happened, I think last year or before last year, the eclipse actually affected Easter Islands. And in Easter Islands, it's that famous statues which are looking at the skies.
Yes.
So you have that. Then you have South America. You have Inca civilization, Aztec civilization, Quascotal. All these are there, which are actually talking about the dragon, the stars. So, and in
All of
most of
them. All of them.
all of them, everybody is looking at the sky.
All of them, guys. I mean, there is a synchronicity of, and it's not religion. It is just something that previous generations said. This is really this is important. Okay, you have to turn on the microwave when Gilligan's Island comes on. If not, we're not going to eat. So that these messages are written in the sky because that's already preordained. Then there are certain things that are written, and when you know how to read, then you can interpret the plot of what's occurring. If you, as a regular as a regular reader of English, go read Shakespeare right now as it was written, it means gobbledygook to you. It means nothing. But if you're learned on the old ways of reading Old English, well, yeah, you understand why the queen would have that in her court first before anybody else would see it. Then, if you're like Partha, where you can read the Illuminati and the Freemason code written in the script for others that needed to know this information that couldn't be communicated with directly, then you understand the many levels of Shakespeare. So Partha has the ability to look at the sky. He has the training to interpret what it means, and then look at the Vedas of not only India but all of the scriptures of other noted noted not religions, civilizations,
Yes.
other civilizations that have the same training as all of us and the synchronicity, and they all look for the skies, they all look for similar things, and they all yielded the similar results. That's why these civilizations were successful, and this is why they were transmitted. And then come the Roman Catholics and wipe that all completely off the table. I'm Roman Catholic. I can say that. So that's I just wanted everybody in the stream. And we have 83 people in this, so I'm trying to understand what you know so well and put it in terms that everybody else understands, and just to so that you and I, Partha, can synchronize our training over the last 10 years. Again, the number 10 comes up. I have had to educate myself on everything that you have just said, and I can confirm everything that you've just said. Every antique civilization at some moment had a great teacher, had a great guru come to them and teach them how to read the skies, and then gave them certain stories that they could communicate comfortably generation after generation after generation, so that they could know what to expect on a daily basis. But these things are also on a cyclical basis, what we call the great year. And the great year is, Partha? What is the
This
great
is
year?
the So this is that great year, and so there are different cycles. There is like 12,000 year cycle, 5,000 year cycle, 5,200 year cycle. Then you have 140 years, 280 years. So there are cycles within cycles.
And there's also a cycle where we do the entire 12 astrological signs.
Yes. So that is 1 year.
And that is the one great year, okay? To understand when we talk
Yes.
about the great year, it's the procession. It's the great procession. And you can look it up. I'm not going to spell it for you, but it's the procession of the earth going through all the ages. So we're going into the age of Aquarius right now. So all you hippies and pot smokers, and you learned that song in the 60s and 70s, and you love to sing it, there's a reason that we love to sing that song, because it has beauty, calm, and speaks to the golden age, to everybody's soul. So the age of Aquarius is meaningful, and the precession of the earth goes into all of the astrological signs, the 12 of them. Cancer, the age of Cancer, this has happened, and it does it every single 25,000 years. So this just doesn't happen once. This has happened, and it's a way for the earth to tell time. It's the way for generations to tell time. So the Sumerians and the Indian writings talk about the precession of the sun. They talk about it, the sun doing the precession. It's not really the sun, it is the earth doing its journey throughout the 12 constellations. So that's why many scholars, and I think Partha can speak to this, says that the Sphinx was constructed in the age of Leo, because when the sun rose for the Sphinx, it was the age of the lion. It was age of Leo, and Partha is shaking his head. We haven't talked about this before, but we're having the synchronicity of our educations. So both Partha and I have had our miseducations, and we are both synchronized on our educations. because these are just written things. No one has taught us this. This is all self-taught, and we're going into ancient writings to pull this out. If Partha and I take this to an academic institution, if we take it to university, to the soft sciences, they laugh us out of their classrooms when we ask questions. An archaeologist and an astronomer, an astronomer in the United States has really no concept of the precession of the sun. They have no great appreciation for the cycle and the journey and the writings of the Sumerian people, of the Indus people, of the very ancient people of Easter Island, because it's not just that peak. The Easter Island is a very large mountain that was above the surface before the Great Flood. And again, Partha is shaking his head. He's like, what are you talking about? So we have synchronicity of the histories that we've studied individually that's coming together here in the Breadcrumbs Project. So welcome, everyone. Partha, I didn't mean to take that to you, but I just need everybody to understand how the synchronicity of what we're doing is talking. You and I were miseducated. We've educated ourselves, and I understand exactly what you're saying, because my readings of history are the same, so we have credibility in what we're presenting to each other.
Yes.
NASA, who we both loved as children, has zero credibility to us, because you have found misinformation and error in their data and code, and I have just found mine. So NASA and Jet Propulsion Laboratories, which to you and I as young men is like, that's what we want to do. Those are the badasses. And now we just look at them as liars, you know? And they have to lie. There's a reason they lie, and you know that.
Yes, I will show the logo and how it relates to the forked tongue of the snake. I mean, many people know that, but I will show that.
All right. You have the floor.
Yes. So before I share my screen, I would like to also mention, like you have Andrew, the great, supporting you. So similarly, I have a small team. I have Angel, who actually recommended your channel to me.
Angel, sorry. Shout out to Angel. I've been meaning to do that. Yes.
Yes, she has done that sun moving towards the north, appearing to the north. So she is a very good friend of mine, one of my best friends. So she has actually recommended your channel, and then there is Deva. Deva, he's also a good friend of mine. He also recommended your channel to me, and then I came on live chat. Then there is, of course, Abhinav, Swarna, Rhoda. So these three. So these five are like
that's most of my community you just rattled off right there.
Yes. So they have been, so initially I was all alone in my channel for 1 or 2 years, and then I got support from these five, very strong support. So they have been supporting a lot, and they are also moderators on my channel.
All right, and you know, as somebody that does research, that when you have people supporting you, it really launches your research in another direction, because you have to be accountable to them. You're no longer accountable to you. So you have to share what you're seeing and interpret it for them to see. So Angel would have never been ready to see that movement in the sun, which I have to bring on one of our live streams because she doesn't have an old video, because who takes an old video of the sun? It's always there. But she noticed the movement by the training that you gave her in her own individual training. And you know, it is a very powerful video when you do see it. Angel, thank you so much for your support. Epic and everybody here on Breadcrumbs, and everybody that supports Partha on his channel. Thank you for that, because it helps move us forward. It gives us wind beneath our wings, but it also makes us accountable. And the best science that you can produce is when you're accountable. Accountable science is always the best science. And astrology, astronomy, there's still accountability there. Just because it's not something that you think you can feel and touch, there's accountability of what you predict and then results. Partha?
Yes, and the good part is Angel, Rhoda, and Abhinav, they all have good understanding of astrology. So that helps,
Okay.
when also understand astrology.
Yes.
Charles, I think you have to make me host to share my screen.
Look, everybody wants to be the boss of me. Why does everybody want to be the boss? All right. I am making you the boss of this stream. Make host. All right. And Epic's like they're like, no, I want to be able to do that. Can you give me that power so I can take that away from Charles too? All right, Cat Bull.
So I was watching your stream, so I will close this.
Okay.
Okay, so these are all important in the current context, so that's why I have kept it open.
Okay.
But I'll start with this video of a guy called Murat Sejiner. He does these 3D videos, very interesting videos he does. So I'll start off with his video. So this does talk about age of Aquarius and living waters. So the 4 cardinal points.
Yeah. Okay.
Adam and Eve figures. Now the interesting part comes, which I wanted to show you. So this is the Milky Way, center of Milky Way, and we have been hearing a lot of news of Sagittarius A constellation and massive amounts of energy coming there. Every day NASA keeps updating that. So you look at this guy, see, he looks like a comet.
Sure does.
This is gate of Gemini, Orion. So there are 2 gates. There are 2 gates. One is Orion gate and one is the Sagittarius gate, as per astrology.
Okay.
Kundalini rising after comet arrives.
Okay.
And he is Thoth, Mercury. So I was saying yesterday, right? Mercury.
Yeah, and Mercury's in alignment.
Yes, and that was the Mercury, and he is giving the direction, the rainbow bridge. And see, yesterday I was talking about the stag or the buck.
You were? Yes.
So this is that buck. This is Aries. So what, in which month we are now? May. So when is buck? Buck starts now around this time, June time. This is April and this is May. I don't know even if the creator of this video, Murat, knows this. I don't know how he did it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what happens. So, the interesting thing that happens is people with artistic minds see things and they have to render it as best they can. Many times artists don't know what they're seeing, but they have to do art. And that happens here a lot in Muxia, at the end of the Camino de Santiago, which is a very, very spiritually charged area. People will do designs in the sand, and I walk upon it, and I'll have a vision of that design, and then I walk up upon the sand, and then I see that design in the sand. So both of us have seen the same vision of design. It's just they were able to render it, and I just can't because I don't have any artistic value. So a lot of people, which we call them tortured artists, they just have visions and they have to get it out there, man. And us who don't know how to read it have no clue as to what it is.
Exactly.
In many of the hippies, so I'll trip acid and I'll get high and I'll see this, but then suddenly you have Partha, who's looking at it going, well, no, this means that, this means that, so to you, this is like reading hieroglyphics.
Exactly.
So for everybody to understand, and I'm, me being the host, trying to help people understand what this is. So when you have something that can read hieroglyphics, you don't think of it as cool, crazy art. You see a whole thing being told to you. And if there's part of the message that you know how to read that says, this is the future, this is the past, the reader knows how to read it. The person that wrote it knows how to write it. But the scribe, the lowly scribe, hasn't a clue. The scribe is just trained on how to render what they understand and put it in the methodology they can. So all of those scribes that wrote the Sumerian tablets, did they have a great understanding of what they're writing? No, they had to do their job. Did the person that did this wonderful art know what they were doing? Obviously not. Did the person that understood the writing and knows how to read it, like Partha understands? Yeah. So here we are. All right, Partha, the floor is yours.
Yes, so even the symbols are very ancient for each zodiac sign. Like for example, this is Aries, the two horns. Then
Okay.
you have the twin. So this is twin, and this is Cancer 6 9.
Which is my sign.
Yeah. So it's joining of two forces. So this is the same thing which I was saying. Rahu and Ketu coming together. So nothing is a coincidence. And this is Leo coming from the source, the light emanating. This is Virgo getting into the great detail. So I am moon sign Virgo.
Okay. And
This is Libra.
okay. And Partha, because everybody that's watching right now has an astrological sign that, and they know it. They know their sign. As you go through these, and you are correct, these are probably the most ancient representations
Yes.
of the astrological signs. And the astrological signs aren't hippie old. The hippies didn't discover it. Um, it's every civilization throughout the world has the astrological signs. The Egyptians have it. The people in the Philippines have it. China has it. The way they celebrate it and the way they use it is different from other civilizations. But the Indus Valley have it. The Indians have all of the great civilizations, all the great religions, the Christians, the Jewish, Muslim. They all use the astrological signs, the 12 astrological signs. So do me a favor, Partha. Can we go back to my astrological sign, which is Cancer? Uh,
This one.
that's where we're at right now. That's what you and I are talking about. That could be happening right now. Okay.
Yes.
This could be the representation of the two comments. I say this could be. This is the representation of two comments. That's why I want to go back to this because that's what. And spend a minute on it. You can go quickly through it because you know it. But every viewer here, please understand what this represents, this moment in time. And my connection, my personal connection to this moment in time, and Partha's connection to this moment in time. Because his guru, who opened up his third eye, was also a Cancer. And I've been talking about this. I can't get off of the subject of these two atlases and what I've been describing. And as a personal side, one of my favorite numbers that I always write down is 69. And not for the reasons that you would think, but now I'm like, oh, I've been writing this number 69 thinking I'm, hey, party sexy. No, it's just ingrained in my consciousness that these two numbers are important. And it struck me right now when you just told me that. And you showed me that. I've seen that Cancer symbol all of my life. And I never put together until just this moment with you bunch of crumbs that is the number 6 and 9. You don't see the number 6 and 9. You see, what do you see, Partha?
Charles, many people have been saying 69. They asked me, then I said 69 is Cancer. Cancer means home. Cancer means heart. Because Cancer is heart of the zodiac.
Really?
And these are two hearts coming together, twin hearts.
I did not know that about my own sign, Partha. Thank you for much. That is very moving to me. Thank you so much.
Yes. So that's why I keep saying in my videos, astrology is so important because for me it is the master program. That's why you have Thoth in Egypt, you have Hermes in Rome.
Okay, hold on one second. Hold on. Let me, because you say that very easily. For the people in America that are listening, and Indian sometimes can be difficult, and you speak English faster than I do. What Partha is saying is that his study of astrology right now is a master's program. So he's been in a master's program in school. He understands what it means to be in a master's program. I have talked about this, and Epic knows that I've said this, that this program is an ongoing thesis. So I am doing my own research study in the same line as a master's program as well. I am presenting a thesis. My thesis is ever moving. So you and I have the same approach as to our studies. When we find something that doesn't corroborate and doesn't work, well, we have to remove that and maybe re-examine it. But when you're doing a master's program, your research yields results and you move forward with it. So this is a master's program in a scholastic method to you people in the Breadcrumbs Project world. All right, sorry, Partha, go.
Yes. So 69. So this is actually also the sign of many of the avatars of Vishnu. So Vishnu is one of the Trinity, one of the three creators. He's also called as Anu in Egypt. So he is one of the three main pillars of Hindu mythology. So he has taken birth in Cancer many times. Even Buddha was Cancer, because in fact just recently, I think few days back, there was the Buddha full moon, Buddha's full moon. So he was born in this month, May.
Wow.
So yes, so he was also Cancer rising. So there are different signs again. Yes, there is a rising sign, there is a sun sign, there is a moon sign. So if you are in July, you are this sun sign, but you can be Cancer rising sign if you are born around midday or sometimes morning, depending on the month. Okay. So every Cancer comes. It's not like only in July you have Cancer. So July Cancer is the sun sign Cancer, but every day again has 12 signs. So every day Cancer comes. So Buddha was Cancer rising in that way.
Okay. Again, let's stop right there so that everybody can understand. Every day has 12 signs, right? So again, understand the symbology that this is based on the prime number 3. And Partha, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but everything that we do with Western time, that we measure 60 seconds in a day, in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 12 hours in a morning, 12 hours in an afternoon. For the Western culture, that came out of the Sumerian societies. And the Sumerian society, again, was very based on astrology, astronomy. The way we measure the way we have our measurements of meter and yard are based on astrological movements. It's not just a random thing. It's moved forward randomly and established. But with the way these things are established are through astrological means, because you can do it around the world. You have one standard, and so the cubit standard was based on an astrological measurement that everybody could do around the world, and then that measurement was standard. Guys, I mean, this is heavy stuff. All right, Partha, unmute and go.
Yes, Charles. So Cancer is very, very important. So many people see Cancer. Many people see 69 in their daily life. And many people also see the number 47. Why 47? Because as per Indian astrology, the number 4 is Rahu and number 7 is Ketu. So if you are seeing 7-4 or 4-9, sorry, 7-4 or 4-7, if you are seeing this, that means you are also on the right path. Similarly, if you see 69-96, you are on the right path. And that is why recently Moon Landing, that movie came. That was, I think, 1969. And many people sing that song also, 1969 and all.
Yeah.
So that's a significant year. Yes. That is because everybody wants to go home in their soul. So Creator, what he does is he uses astrology. He uses all this to fit all these codes. And what I have been doing is I'm trying to decode with lot of humility whatever he has created, he, she.
Amen.
I see both as male, female. So whatever he, she has created, I try to interpret, decode. Because Fortunately or unfortunately, he has used astrology.
No,
So
I mean, how else can you send a message, a consistent message, generation after generation after generation, and you have to make that message work so that it's not going to skip a generation because it hits a generation like, well, no, all this astrology stuff, nothing's panning out. But when it pans out and it works, when you can tell somebody how they're going to behave in this certain month, well, if it quacks like a duck, if it's got feathers like a duck, and it waddles like a duck, then it probably is a duck. So you're going to move forward with the concept that yes, this is a duck. So again, this number 12, the prime number 3, 6, 9, all of these things are meaningful because our Creator wanted to make sure that we wouldn't be ignorant in our futures. And by the time technology would make us ignorant, well, he would be on the return. So there's just so much damage we could do. But these astrological signs that we are looking at, that Partha studies, that really have the message, it's not a crab, the Cancer. It is a 69. It has a very ancient symbolic meaning that, over time, by people that are not trained, they've made the Cancer into a crab, suddenly makes the importance of the sign of Cancer unimportant and meaningless and trivial. But you take it back to a master who can read it, and suddenly the importance becomes important to those he can educate, to those he can lecture to, and then important to those that he has to give the message to, and then the importance of those two swirls of 69, of these two comets coming together right now, is beyond meaningful. I hope I can make that point.
and not only that, Charles, I would like to also say one thing. Like a lot of videos which I've made, I have studied this astrological signs and symbols even in movies.
Yeah.
So, for example, 1 hour back, 2 hours back, I was watching a movie, Indian movie. In that, the protagonist, he throws a crab at the you know at the lady to remind her of her past life. He,
Wow.
yes, he threw a crab just 1 hour back. I was watching that movie. He wanted her to remember her past life. So yesterday I was talking about ancestors, time is cyclical and all that. And today I was watching that he was throwing a crab.
Yeah.
How, so what I understand is creator is using these energies. He is using movies. He's using songs,
Absolutely.
everything
Why
to
not?
communicate to us.
Why not? I mean, if you are the master of the planet, why wouldn't you do these things not only to entertain yourself and entertain those who are participating in this grand on this grand stage, but also to humor the person that is on the path, to give them rewards. And let me tell you this: game theory, Partha. Game theory. So if you can't keep that person in the game, then the game's not worth making. So
Yes.
you can't make it too difficult, but you have to give them little gold coins or
Incentives. Yes.
incentives.
Yes.
All right, go.
Yes. So, and then this is Libra, the balance. I was talking about the tool, Ultima tool. Hitler used this in a very bad way. So this is actually about balance and all, but he used it in a negative way. And he was also Libra born, by the way. And
Hmm.
this is Sagittarius, my sign. I am rising Sagittarius. So this is actually like exit. It looks like a comet, by the way. It also looks like a comet. And this is Aquarius. So age of Aquarius is coming, Pisces is going. So one precision cycle of zodiac is 2160 years. So that was the time when Jesus came, right? So age of Pisces started. So 2160 years, and now it is the age of Aquarius which is coming. So
Stop,
2160.
stop, 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 stop. All right. All of you on the West, all of you that have experienced Christianity, what does the sign of Pisces look like to you? That is the Christian symbol of Christ. Okay, so this time that we're in right now, this fourth age, is, as one would say, the time of Christ, the time of Yeshua. But the way that people that did this design in the sand and they would recognize themselves, it was not recognizing themselves in the sign of Christ, but in the sign of Pisces. And this is not only an Indian thing, but it is also a Roman thing. It is also a Jewish thing. So this is the symbol of the fish that you and I see, and in there is also the symbol of the cross. That's the symbol of Pisces. That is the ancient symbol of Pisces. So you could very well say that the time of Pisces was the time of Jesus, which has that Christian tone to it. Um, and 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 I'm blown away. I'm sorry, I just have to comment on that. I think everybody else that is, we have 80, 90 people on the stream are, because we recognize that symbol, Partha. We recognize that symbol in the West as the Jesus symbol. All right.
And then you can see the living water. So from the fish, you're crossing the cross, and then you're coming to the living waters, which is Aquarius. And this is Thoth again, Mercury, astrologer. So Leo astrology are very closely related. So crowning glory and also going back in time. So if you see this, see the nose of the Sphinx got repaired.
And I was just talking about the Sphinx randomly.
Yes. So the nose of the Sphinx got repaired, crowning glory. And this is not a camel, this is actually a giraffe. So there is, I was talking about camelopardis yesterday. So it's actually giraffe. Giraffe is guru, giraffe is gravity, giraffe is north pole. And in fact, the ancient civilizations before the deluge, they actually lived very close to the north pole. So for example, the Celtics and even the Aryans and the ancient Indians, they all lived in the north pole. So that is why you see this symbol. In fact, there is a guy called Bal Gangadhar Tilak. When he was in a jail, he wrote a book of the ancient origins of Indians, and he speculated, not speculated, he had a lot of data saying that ancient people, they lived in North Pole because in the books, ancient books, especially Vedic books, they mention about sun not setting for a long time.
Yes.
And all that.
Yes.
And that is possible only when you are very close to the Arctic Circle. And that is why you see in Superman movies also our Clark Kent going to North Pole, collecting the crystals and getting his superpowers. So
Yeah.
North Pole is very, very important in our scheme of things.
And it is his palace of solstice. So yes, there's a lot of symbology in Superman.
Yes. So this is Pegasus coming back to life, and then this is Sagittarius becoming a bird. Yin and yang coming together. So that's it. So this is a short video, a nicely made video. So now coming to the Atlas path. So any questions before I go to Atlas?
All right.
And current events.
Let's and again, it takes a minute for those questions to come up in the feed. So guys, I'm turning now to the comment thread, and I will give it a minute for everybody to catch up and see if you have any questions. Epic, have you noticed any questions in the comment thread that we should address right now? Anyone questions? Swan and Atlas are going to merge. Candy, yes. Myself and Well, I mean, Partha, can I speak for you that you think Comet Atlas and Comet Swan are going to merge?
Yes, Charles. So those questions you can answer. If there's too astrological, I will pitch in.
All right. Um, so yes, they are going to merge, and that candy is what we're going to talk about now. Going to a new age of knowing. Christina Carey, welcome to the Breadcrumbs Project. Yes, we are going into a new age of knowing, the golden age, the age of Aquarius, the fifth age according to the Hopi. Conspiracy realist, are you blown away? Come on, come on, conspiracy. I mean, for you to not even be throwing anything at this but fish, yeah. We know Pisces age is age of belief. Yes. Conspiracy. Candy. Yes, they're not going to intersect. They're going to impact each other. Charles is a sun in Gemini, summer of 69. Rhoda, I'm going to have to ask Partha to do some explaining about me. He knows more about me than I know about myself. Um, Rhoda, 69, maintaining the balance between spiritual and material is an apt description of me. That is the two places where I sit comfortably, happily. Nobody else I know very much, except another Cancer, can sit there comfortably, and she gets too freaked out. Um, Merge into what? Kunwar, we're going to get into that. We're going to get into that. All right. So, any questions before I turn the floor back over to our most esteemed professor, who chairs the Department of Astrology and Astrotheology at the Breadcrumbs Project, our esteemed Professor Sarathi? Sarathe? How do we pronounce your last name, Partha?
Partha is good enough, Charles.
Sarthe. So,
Partha is, in fact, Partha means the bowman, the archer.
and you also had mentioned some other associations with your name.
Yes, it is Perseus. So Perseus is also Persia, Parsi religion, as well as it is Parthian.
Okay.
So direct association between Partha and Parthian and Perseus.
Okay. And I can speak to that with my own name, um, which is Charles Anthony, and so we're not going to use Charles because that is actually a very new English name. Anthony is a very old name. Antonio, and it even goes back into more ancient Phoenician name, Andonis, and it goes Greek, Roman. So Andoni is the Basque version of my name. Adonis, Basque is a very isolated language, but the name Andoni is very old and distinguished with the Basque people. And the Basque people also have a great or had a great affinity to astrology and astrotheology until the Catholic and Roman invasions. Well, no, it was just the Catholic. The Romans respected the Basque tradition of astrotheology, and the reason that the Romans didn't have any big problems with these other religions because they all synchronized on the same thing. They were all based on astrology. So, when the Romans came to the Iberian Peninsula, they didn't invade per se because everybody had the same understanding of the stars. It's just in modern times and when Catholicism became so dominant and the West became so dominant that the studies that Professor Partha studies that is teaching us again. This is ancient knowledge. This is stuff that we've forgotten. Okay, he's not teaching us anything new. He's teaching us the old things, the way to read them. So, any questions again? Let's see. Yeah, I'm amazed. JLT, what's going on, guys? Enlightening info. Keep on going, guys. Enlightening info. If NASA, if it is it possible that NASA is hiding the comet even to use it to push for a Blue Beam project? Whatever NASA is doing, it's out of their hands. NASA can do whatever it wants. What Partha is making very clear is that we as humans can jump through as many hoops as we like to. What's going to happen is what's going to happen. Okay. What he can do is read the old stars, read the old messages, read what is there in the past and how it's manifested today. He just blew me away with my own star sign, with my own astrological sign, and how I live and how I've lived my life and how my astrological sign defines who I am. Right? I have just been redefined as to who I am by the astrological sign, and I'm as big of a skeptic as anybody out there. Um, Alex F., I'm not changing anything because the people that are coming here are called. Okay, I don't want to get a volume of people. I don't want trolls. I don't want anybody that I have to reteach that is going to come in here and make Epic have to waste his time. So everybody that's coming into this thread, right? We're up to 100 people now. Slowly, one by one, is becoming educated. They're not coming here because it's a popular channel. They're coming here because they're called. So I'm not changing anything. I love you, Alex F. I know what I would give myself the same advice, Alex, brother. I'm not lecturing you. I'm just talking out loud as a Basque person would, which is confrontational. But I would give myself the same advice if I were you, but I just see what's happening from a different perspective. And if I changed anything, I wouldn't have the good professor here. I wouldn't have Partha with us. So he was called for a certain reason, and it's the obscurity of this channel what gives it legitimacy. So I'm not doing this for views or to attract people or for a job or for popularity. I'm doing this because I have the same thing that the person that created that epic piece of art and rendering what they were burning in their mind onto the canvas of their choice, which was a great video that they probably didn't understand that they were producing, but had so many levels of stuff that I recognized after Partha showed me. So all of us here were blown away by seeing the old sign of Pisces as its representation, as Jesus, as Yeshua would have seen it, as the Jews of then would have seen it, who are speaking Aramaic, but the signs and the astrological symbols didn't change. They only changed within the last 500 years, okay? But for thousands of years, everybody's recognized the astrological signs throughout the world because they were the same. And so the sign of Pisces also looks like the sign of a fish, the sign of Christ, and we see the cross clearly depicted. Not only do you see a cross, but you see an upside down cross if you're looking at it in another way. So there we go. Thank you, Conspiracy. Partha is Krishna. Partha, you are Krishna. I'm not. I am there. Pisces. I always love the song. Dawning the song "Dawning in the Age of Aquarius." For anybody who's ever written a book or anybody who's written a song, they say it's catching magic in a bottle. So somebody who's wrote a hit and writes it again and again and again, they have something going because it's something the creator wants to send a message through. And the best way to send a message that's consistent, that people enjoy, is through music. So the people that wrote The Age of Aquarius and that performed it and that sent that energy through it, well, they will tell you it's not our own thing. It just kind of happened that way. How many people here just groove on Pink Floyd and it hits you in different times of your life and in different ways? Well, the writers of Dark Side of the Moon, and especially Dark Side of the Moon, which speaks to so many people, well, they could never recapture that again. They had to go in a different direction. They had to write new music. But all of that epic music of Dark Side of the Moon speaks to people's souls. They close their eyes and they put the headphones on and they visualize what was happening there. And you can listen to documentaries of the Pink Floyd people, and they were finding a vibe. Their art was through vibration. Their art was through music. It wasn't the old music. It was the new music they were feeling through their drugs. Well, if you know anything about DMT, if you know anything about shamans, if you know anything about drugs in ancient cultures, ayahuasca, marijuana, uh, older cultures looked at drugs as different ways, and they expected their shaman to be in a drug-induced state to actually communicate to that vibration of the gods, because those gods communicate in those states. The Hopi say the way to read their religion, that what their writings are, is through the rock and the sacred seed. So you really can't read the Hopi writings that are written on the rock unless you've consumed cannabis, because cannabis to them is the sacred seed, as it is to the people in India. Gurus smoke massive amounts of cannabis, and it is just to get on that vibe. All right, I'm just sorry, Partha. If there's anything I'm saying that's incorrect, you know to jump in. I know you're listening to me. You can jump in whenever you like to say, no, that's wrong. The gurus do not smoke marijuana in India. No, they smoke marijuana.
No, they smoke
A lot.
a lot.
And they're expected to,
Yes.
right? So our Western traditions, which have been great, don't get us wrong, but we've just slammed everything that is spiritual, crushed it, and given it this great age of materialism, which is part of the plan. And look, there's a hand that keeps popping up, and I keep talking with that one hand, basically in the same way. Weird. Uh, is there anything? Are there any coincidences? Not so far. Not in the Breadcrumbs Project. All right, no coincidences. I love you guys. Thank you, Miss O'Grady. Thank you for the prayers. Thank you for the meditation. A group of souls filled with light and love. I'd rather have many with love than few in spirit. Thank you, Michelle, Marcia. Thank you, Rhoda. All right, we're caught up. Partha, are you ready for your next installment?
Yes. So this coming back to the current events,
All right.
still connect the dots to the star system. So this is the path of Atlas. Everybody knows this by now. So how it went near, I mean, that is Swan which went near Algol, which made a sound.
Okay.
This is the
back up
this,
and say that all over again. Give that to us very slow. The sound that we heard in India.
Yes. So on 20th May, it was Swan which went near the Algol. And this is the path of Atlas. So right now I'm in Atlas.
The yellow path.
Okay? Yes, the yellow path. And it has been traveling through Perseus. And then on 29th, around 27 to 29th, it will come near Pleiades. So
the Pleiades are very important.
Very important. So I'll come there. Why it is important? So it passes just 2 degrees from Pleiades on 29th May, morning of 29th May. So it is 28, 29. It's not exactly 28. It is 28, 29.
All right.
Pleiades is so important. It is not these Pleiadian ships or anything. So it's a different Pleiades. So I'll talk about that. So Pleiades are a star cluster with Alcyone as the principal star. And there's a mythology of Alcyone. So these 7 are actually the 7 sisters or the weeping sisters who were divorced from their husband.
The 7 sisters.
7 sisters. So they are called the seven weeping sisters.
All right, and just to hold on right there, we have heard 7 sisters throughout a lot of our different stories, mythologies. Western cultures has the 7 sisters, 7 brothers. The movies. Judaism has a famous story about the 7 sisters. All right, go ahead, Partha.
Yes. So they are. It is like this. It is the star is lost or invisible. So there is one sister which is slightly invisible, and Atlas is the father of these sisters. So how strange that can be. So Atlas, the father of Hades and Pleiades, who was condemned to support the weight of the heavens on his head and hands. So he was the one who was lifting the weight.
All right, scroll back up. Scroll back up to the Seven Sisters. Okay, so as we in Western culture, we see the Greek Atlas. So we always see him represented with the world on his shoulders, and we can see how a father trying to provide for the family, and we can see that representation. But this is what you guys see. This representation of Atlas supporting the Seven Sisters, supporting the heavens, bearing the heavens. So there's more to this than we can even appreciate. And so this is heavy and strong, and meaningful to Western culture. But now it's being explained to us why. Partha is explaining to us why this is meaningful in our Western culture. Sorry to keep interrupting, but I know you guys have these kind of questions that I'm asking. All right, Partha, go.
Yes. So the story goes like this. Even in Indian mythology, these seven sisters, they were divorced from their husband because they were actually mothering a child. They were looking after him. And the seven husbands or the scribes or the rishis, they suspected their fidelity. And they said that, you are not faithful. So that is why this Unfaithful or Faithful movie came, a few years back. So that came into our consciousness is because of this.
Okay.
And also last year there was a movie which talked about the 6 women who are actually scientists at Indian Space Agency who helped the protagonist launch a satellite to Mars.
Really?
Yes, there's a movie. I will just show you that movie. I'll show you some crazy synchronicities also. So this was the movie. This 6 women, this 5 women, she has issues with her husband. Her husband is in army, and she has live-in relationships. So all the women are unhappy. Okay. And women help this chief scientist launch the satellite to Mars. And I'll tell you something very interesting. So one of the artists, her name is Kritika in the movie. Her name is Kritika in the movie, and the Indian name is Kritika.
Wow.
It is too much to see the synchronicity.
It really beats up on you. It hits you very hard.
See,
there it is.
So from this flock of doves, Indo-European word pale, dark colored gray, the gray bird, some versions made the 7 doves that carried ambrosia, see, immortal nectar, to the Zeus. In Hinduism, Pleiades were the Kritikas.
Yes, right there.
And the one of the artists, she acted as one of the scientists. Her role was propulsion engineer in ISRO, and her name is Kritika. And one of the artists' name is Tara in the movie. Tara means star. This guy's name is Chandresh. Chandresh means moon. Eka means unity. How crazy can it get? So that's why I believe in creator a lot. Nothing is a coincidence.
Nothing is a coincidence. And everybody keeps saying that in our group here in the thread.
Yes.
We all believe that because we've seen that in our own lives manifested, okay? So, if most of us here are pretty critical thinkers, we've had very in-depth arguments, and everybody's a critical thinker. So for all of us to say, as above, so below, it's because we've seen synchronicity as such. And
no, I would ask any skeptic to explain me how the characters were named in the movie. How her name is Kritika. And in fact, the son who actually these weeping sisters were nurturing, he is Mars in the original story. He's called Skanda or Kartikeya. Can anybody, any scientist explain me like how these names in this movie were actually named?
Yeah.
I mean, there is no rational explanation anyways.
Yeah. Why waste time on that? Because you're right, there is no
Yeah,
rational
sorry. So she
explanation.
was the navigation expert. So she was the navigation expert in the movie.
Wow. Yes.
Yes. So she was the navigation expert. Then this lady was Unity. She was the propulsion engineer and all that.
And Tara's the
Okay.
project manager.
Yes. And Tara means star, by the way. Tara means Indian name. Star, STAR,
Yes.
anagram Tara. So anyways, these are all root words, Latin, Indian, all languages are same. So if you come to the legend Atlas, Atlas was the father of Pleiades, who was condemned to support the weight of heavens. Titan bearing up the heavens. In the human body, the Atlas is top of the first cervical vertebra of the neck, which means Rahu. So that's why Atlas is Rahu and Swan is the body.
Wow.
It's so simple and it's so clear for me, of course.
Sure. Yeah, it is. Yeah. You're smiling. All of us that are looking at our monitors right now are just mouth wide open. And I know a bunch of us are now just trying to cram stuff in our heads. But the synchronicity of it all is as you say. I mean, it's just as plain as day to see. Mute, mute.
So why he is coming now? Why Atlas is coming after 5,000 years? Because he wants the divorced sisters to meet their husbands. So it is a bit like that Christ and the bride situation.
Wow.
So everything is coming back in that way. It's kind of a reunion.
Absolutely.
Similarly, if you see Cygnus Swan, see such a huge body it has in the night sky. It is such a huge body. So that's why it is the body. So Swan is the body, Atlas is the brain coming together.
Okay. And
That's what it is.
and just to make clear also that Cygnus has been is so important. It means nothing to us in the West, but in so many ancient cultures, Cygnus is a very, very, very important constellation, if not one of the most important. So, if anybody has been watching the uh, the Oak Island the Oak Island television show on the History Channel, where they are making great discoveries from from something that's been buried for hundreds of years. The only way that they were able to verify this place's location is it falls under Cygnus, this island outside of Canada that has oak trees on it where it shouldn't be oak trees, and there is a treasure trove of archaeology that says that the people that in the time of Shakespeare had buried some very important information on that Oak Island. And as they keep doing the excavations, the archaeology is reflecting the same thing. But Cygnus marks that location of that island. And if you go into a bunch of Shakespeare's writings, Cygnus reappears again and again and again in different ways. So Cygnus, this swan, means nothing to us in Western theology and in Western mythology, but it means everything in ancient theology and in ancient astrotheology. Partha, go ahead.
And I've stopped getting surprised, Charles. So I was working. That was long ago. I stopped getting surprised. I'll tell you something interesting. I was working in a company called Cygnus in 2002.
Wow.
It was always there inside my subconscious mind.
Wow, wow, wow.
And as I was saying yesterday, Cygnus actually means the vehicle through which the brides will be transported back to Christ. So Atlas is helping that initiate the journey, and then Cygnus will finish it. So a lot of kids shouting in the background.
Which is great, by the way. We love it. We love children. So that nothing makes me
I'm sorry
happier.
about that. I can't help it. Even in my videos, they shout a lot. So coming to the
Par-
path of
Partha,
yeah,
we love
yes,
children. We love children, and the sound of screaming, laughing children and playing children is probably the best sound in the entire world. If anybody's disturbed by it, I'm sorry, but I love it. So do not apologize. As a matter of fact, I'm quite jealous.
yes. So so as we know that so as I've already mentioned just now, Atlas is coming to Pleiades. So he's trying to help the divorced sisters get back to reunion. And then Swan is coming to Auriga on June 3rd. And who is Auriga? Auriga is the Aruna or charioteer. Bearing his footsteps in the crouching bull comes the charioteer, who's calling one him heaven and a name, first of men in speed of high chariot. So he is the charioteer, he is the Ezekiel, he is the one. So don't be surprised if UFOs come beckoning or maybe golden chariots coming. So
Okay,
don't be surprised.
hold on right there. Hold on right there, Partha. You know, you've been watching the stream and you've been listening to me rant about the UFO thing, that President Trump is the UFO president, that the Pentagon has reversed its position on UFOs. Why? Because they know they're real. Why? Because they know there's an upcoming event. They don't want to look like idiots. They know there's something coming up. And this is the one thing you have to understand about the Pentagon. Not only is it a bureaucracy, but it's an alpha male bureaucracy. So, they don't mind covering up something, but if they know something is coming out, then they don't want to look like fools. I didn't want to look like a fool about the 23rd not having an EMP. I had to have a reason. So I had to go look, and I found that my information on the trajectory of Atlas is a complete fraud. What NASA has been posting for the last month and a half about this Atlas comet, which they keep getting surprised about, is a complete fraud. And then you look at the pictures of the comet. I'm going to bring up something really quick, um, and to catch everybody up on this, Partha, if you don't mind, and that is how they've been presenting um, Comet Atlas in. That's not it. Here it is. Oops. All right. So this is why I'm so freaked out. All right. And if you want to bring the stream back up on your monitor, Partha. So this is why I'm pissed, and I was pissed, but now I'm back to calm. Look at these pictures. Look at these 5 comets. What do you see that's different? What is glaringly different about these 5 pictures? One of these pictures, contrast, is nowhere near the same as the other 4. All right? So this is how Partha and I, have been seeing Comet Atlas when we go to theskylive.com, and we're looking at the trajectories of these comets and what's happening, all that kind of stuff. Well, we both acknowledge that the picture that Comet Atlas has been given to us has constantly been, the contrast has been far different than any other picture. There's no reason for that. It's the same device taking pictures of all of these things. They are hiding something. They're hiding the brightness of the comet by playing with the contrast. So right there, we know the information of Atlas is suspect. Then we go and start looking at the magnitudes, and they're telling us it's magnitude 9, it's magnitude 10, it's magnitude 12, and we can see it with our plain eye. So it's got to be at least a magnitude 4, because the lower the magnitude, for whatever reason, it means that we can see it. So if it's magnitude 2, it's very clear to the plain eye. Well, and everybody that has been able to see the comets that hasn't had weird cloudy weather, most of us have had weird cloudy weather for the last month and a half. Whenever we go to see where the comets are located, we see two comets in the northern hemisphere now. And we don't see them passing over each other. We see them coming right together for each other. So it's not just me, it's many people that have seen the comets that are heading towards each other, towards a collision, towards a merge, towards the body joining the head joining the body, as Partha is the only person that is able to describe the events, because NASA sure isn't, and they're lying to us. So there is no EMP today. These comets are not intersecting today. The data that I've been making my prognostications on has been complete bullshit, and the only person that is making sense and that can project what's going to happen is Partha. And Partha is able to read not only the current sky, but also the ancient Hindu texts, and also now the many other religions through the miracle of the internet. And everything he's presenting to us is a blended but factually based rendition on astrotheology. So this is what NASA is telling us, which is a lie. And we go back to Partha, who brings nothing but the truth, and it's just truth bomb after truth bomb after truth bomb after truth bomb. And if you want to deny it, go ahead. But all I see is everybody in the comment thread going wow, 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 and wow. And nobody has been able to say anything, Partha, in this comment thread that challenges you and what you've been telling us. So go ahead. You've got the floor.
Yes, so I'll unmute myself.
Sure.
So Swan is going to, as this is the data which I have. So Swan is going to Auriga. It is going to actually going close to Capella in Auriga. So what is Capella? So Capella is this goat. So we know that in end times there are many prophecies which say that Christ will come and goats will be one side and sheep will be one side, or weeds from the good stuff, bad stuff, and all that.
Right.
So this chariot, so Swan is going through the chariot. Right. So let me say that on that day, June 3rd or May 28th, event may happen, or it could be 2 weeks after that, or it could be for months. So I'm not going to put my head on the line or anything like that. But all I'm going to say is astrologically, there are great chances of a lot of revelations going to come for us, especially when I know that it is going into Auriga. Auriga means charioteer, the golden chariots. And I have seen this vision even 6-7 months back with help of angels. So she is a tarot reader. So she helped me. She read the things. And I remember in December when the 7-planet eclipse happened. So I asked her to take out the cards. And that so she showed me chariots. And one thing I wanted to say was that, I had millions of egg in the face moment, egg on my head moment.
Yes.
In my life.
Sure.
Yes. But I wanted to say that before also, but I'm saying now also. So it is not easy, predicting. So some people say, can you please tell me exactly at which moment these two comets are going to hit each other? So I see such comments in our live. So I wanted to tell you that it's not easy being a prophet or an astrologer.
No.
Yeah. We can only see, with all humility, we can only interpret the signs. So my interpretation is this, my intuition is saying this. So it is like Pleiades. So obviously weeping sisters, their weeping will go away. And when it comes to Auriga, it could be UFOs, it could be golden chariots, it could be anything. So I am seeing good positive signs in the coming month or months.
Okay.
Okay. So because that is what Auriga is. He is the charioteer.
And the charioteer, in many senses, in ancient times, is a UFO. Ezekiel, the prophet Ezekiel, who found great favor in God, and he wasn't an easy guy to deal with, but he was in the Old Testament, in Torah, he was very favored, and for all the abuse that he took and he took on a lot of abuse from the nation of Israel because he was a prophet that really was bringing the harsh truth, and nobody wanted to hear it. But everything he prophesied came true, and so he finally got the respect of the nation of Israel. So when he became aged, and to the point where he was getting debilitated, and one would consider him dying off, God told him to prepare because he will be taken up in a chariot. And so if you read this in the Torah, if you read this in the Old Testament, the Torah speaks of UFOs, and now the Pentagon and the President of the United States speak of UFOs. And so if you read the story of the prophet Ezekiel being taken up into heaven, he's not taken up in a beam, he's taken up in a chariot. And there's a charioteer, and it's a big thing that happens because his protege, the Robin to his Batman, the his assistant who was dedicated to him wanted to go with him, and Ezekiel said, "You can try, but God said it's only going to be me. I don't mean to be rude. You stay here. I'll go forward to the place of rendezvous of God." And his assistant would say, "No, I'm going with you. I'm going with you. I'm going with you." And finally, when the moment came, flames came from the chariot that pushed the protege aside, and Ezekiel was taken up in a chariot to heaven to be with God. Am I wrong, Partha, in how I've described the story?
Not at all, Charles. And I am showing all these pictures so that people get mesmerized.
There's the assistant. There's the assistant watching his Ezekiel, his master, as he would call him, go up in a chariot. And there again, yeah, that's how this is a Jewish story. This is a ancient Jewish story that's in Torah. So Torah speaks of chariots of fire, what we would call a spaceship. And all right, what's this depiction right here? This is very important.
So it is generally shown as wheels within wheels, and also in some depictions angels are also seen. So this is the primary depiction. So this looks definitely like a spacecraft. And lot of UFO sightings in India in the last few months. Look at those amazing pictures.
All right. Now, can you pull up Zarathustra?
Zarathustra.
Yep. And how he is rendered. And again, notice those flying circles. Notice those flying circles. What is the god? What is the god? Go up a little bit. Up. Yeah, right there. The golden symbol, the prophet, his representation. The symbol.
By the way, I think it is Rhoda told me, because she is a Parsi. So she told me that today is his day, it seems.
Really, Rhoda? And you are Parsi, so you understand this. So the symbol of Zarathustra. Go down a little more, if you don't mind. I hate telling you, Partha, just so I can make it there, right there, the golden symbol where he's flying, Prophet Zarathustra, with the wings. Okay, so this is the actual representation of I can't believe we have a Parsi with us, and part of this thing. So this is how the prophet is represented, and the wings are him flying, and that circle that he is in is what he flies in. So there are circles that are represented in how the angels fly, and this is Zarathustra, how he is represented, because he flew. And on his left hand is the band of faith, the ring of faith. The ring of faith, like I have on my left hand, Zarathustra also bears his ring of faith in his left hand. and that has meaning. Partha, can you speak to this symbol because we've all seen it?
So this is the winged sun. So winged sun is there in many. So this is it's there in Egypt as well. It's ancient.
Yes,
E- yes, this is the winged sun. This is the chariots of fire. So this is the winged sun. So this is what people call as UFO and all that.
but it's a great ball of light.
Yes, it's a great ball of light. Yes.
And I don't have video to bring up right now, but there are.
Shall I make you the presenter, Charles?
No, not at all.
Okay. Because I want to take a break now. I want to end this in 2-3 minutes
Okay.
max.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I make you the presenter, maybe you can share some screen and show.
No, I have nothing. This is you have to present this as you do. I'm not gonna. When we quit, that's where we stop what you have to talk about. I'm amazed. I can't speak to any of this. But yes, How long have we gone on? How long have we been on, Partha?
Yeah, I think it's more than 2 hours.
More than 2 hours. Wow, guys, and it almost seems like 5 minutes. I'm grateful to you. So I feel comfortable. We'll talk on Skype, you and I, and see where we want to
Yes.
go from here because this is all an evolving
Yes.
thing, and we do have
Yeah, just a
lives.
parting note. So this is Atlas. This is Swan.
What?
That's yes.
How do you know?
I know. I know. Therefore, I know.
You're kidding me. We all know this
Yes,
symbol.
of course. Yes. So Atlas and Swan. Atlas and Swan. This is what ancients saw. Atlas and Swan. It's also Kundalini. It is the rising of Phoenix. It's rising of the wing. It's rising of the eagle. It is the chariot.
And please understand, the feather depiction is the same way. There's always 3 layers of feathers. Wherever it's represented and done properly, it always has 3 layers of feathers. And this winged disc, how old is it?
It's thousands of years old, Charles.
Partha, I can't thank you enough. You and I both know that
Yes.
this was meant to happen, so we're just doing our duty. But again,
Yes.
the representation of these wings are always the same. There's always 3 layers of wings. That is meaningful. This is not just
Yes.
coincidence. Partha, do you have anything else you want to say? I know we're going to get together again online soon, guys. Don't worry that this will happen again. There's much to discuss. NASA and JPL have lost all credibility with me. So the Sky Live and what's happening there, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not putting myself through that. Partha is our instructor. Our eyes are going to be our verifiers, and he's going to let us know through this process what to expect over the next several days. Partha, do you have anything else to say?
No, that's it. So please don't think this is a physical event. Please see it as a spiritual event. So don't talk about stocking up things and electronic going off. Even if the damn mobile goes off, it's okay as long as because the creator is taking care of you.
Okay, that's a very strong personal message to me, and what I've been talking about here, and because of my military training and just what I've done in my life, the first thing I do is prepare and get ready. But what Partha said, you've done all that, and it's meaningless. There's something bigger happening with all of this. Your attention's been gotten. You've reacted appropriately. It wasn't a bad thing. Now, let the adults in the classroom explain what is happening. So, through the connectivity of this project, we've linked with his project. We've expanded his audience. We're at 101 viewers right now, and we've none of these people are trolls. Angel Hope, big shout out to you from me and Partha, who think the world of you. He knows you better than I do. But thank you for inviting him into the channel. Thank you for your video on the sun. Hopefully we can talk to you one day very soon and you can present some stuff. Partha, thank you again. I'm humbled. I'm grateful. I'm glad that that we finally, through our lives, have come together like this. All right, Partha, say goodbye.
Thank you, Charles, for inviting me on your channel. And yes, it has been a great session and real eye opener. So I hope events come through, and because it's all creator's plan. So
Yep.
ultimately, I cannot be arrogant and say that this is exactly how things will pan out. But I'm a messenger. I'm just trying my best to interpret the signs. So that is my parting note.
Thank you very much. And we're both doing this the same exact way, in honesty, with love and caring, and understanding that we do have a mission. We didn't just get here accidentally. We have a mission, and we feel like we're fulfilling it because you and I have met, and we have synchronicity that is not a normal synchronicity. My love to you and your family. Namaste. Thank you for all that you've done for this fellowship of the Crumb.
Yes, yes, Charles. Thank you. Thanks.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, let me see if I can get control of my monitors here. All right. Um, I do look very important with the headset on. I've got to tell you that much. Wow. 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 All right, guys. Just waiting for everything to sync up, and I'm overwhelmed. Uh, I've got to watch this video again. I've just found out a lot about myself that I did not know about my astrological sign, and the closing message that Partha had is the most important one. Is okay. Our attention has been gotten, and now we have a teacher, and um, you react to situations with your training. But then when you have somebody, if you are a trained person, that you can acknowledge, okay, you are my superior in knowledge and in this area, I'm going to put my command aside, and I'm going to put my flag with yours. And so that is what I'm doing. Uh, there is no EMP today. There may be an event. Um, there's a creator who has sent messages and messengers, and so for us not to be in fear, and I feel that too. I feel that too. And that's the humbling of me in this process, because anytime you come to something with a little bit of your own attitude, well, you get there with attitude because you have strength of character. And when you're humbled by a best, it's a great experience, quite frankly. When a teacher meets a teacher, well, it's easy to become a student. No, yeah, I was wrong. Tell me, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong, teacher? It's not like you beat yourself up and chest beat and I'm such a loser. No, no. Oh, okay, I was wrong there. Okay, so I was doing my figures here as I got my figures. Well, Charles, you get your figures from NASA. I am getting my figures from ancient writings. I'm getting my figures from the writings of the sky. But okay, Partha, but this is NASA, man. This is JPL, boy. You wanted to be one. I wanted to be one too. Who didn't want to be an astronaut? Who didn't take pride in the NASA symbol and the NASA uh, mythos, which is now more of a myth than Christianity, quite frankly, because they've lost all credibility in my eyes. Partha and his learning and his ability to teach and be able to match it with events has become the master. And he, like you said, he is on a master's level discovery and discovery process in educational system. And as you go along in a master's process, the more wisdom and knowledge you accumulate, the faster, the better you move forward. And anybody that tries to challenge that credibility falls to the wayside. And those with real knowledge are humbled by his. Yeah, don't drink the Tang. I drank plenty of Tang in my lifetime, Nancy. Plenty. All right. Uh, in India, we say Wawa. Wawa is goodbye. Wawa is goodbye. Uh, this is the awkward moment of being a host. Oh, sorry about that on the microphone on YouTube. All right, so we have a lot to think about. I can't add anything, guys. I just can't, right now I am you know, who am I to say that Hubble exists or not at this point? Um, Rhoda feels victorious, doesn't it? And it should feel victorious. You have every right and reason to take a victory lap when you've won the race, and this is a long race. Then yeah, you have every single right to feel victorious. Yeah, JLT. That's what I was talking about last night. If you remember in the stream, when I started thinking these two guys are going to hit each other. And JLT, you remember when I started talking about that, right? Because I had to crawfish my way from them intersecting and having an electrical event to these two. These two are actually like this. They're not like this in space. They're like this, and they're coming together in such a manner to cause a massive event. It's still an event. It's still a massive event of light, sound, and quite possibly an EMP. Um, but the numbers and the science. Thank you, JLT. Thank you very much. Yeah, I started talking about these two guys hitting each other last night. The only thing that clued me into them hitting each other is Partha saying the head is going to join the body. And the first time I talked in my Western tradition, I could have been like, the head is going to. All right, yeah. So that was great. Sorry for that, but I'm educated. I see things in a difference. And when Partha starts to talk his level of history and his understanding of ancient history, well, mine comes right back up there. So we're at the same level. So when he said the head hitting the body, that got my attention. And so his science beat out NASA's science in the same way that the God of Moses beat out the gods of Pharaoh. Partha's science of thousands of years old just knocked the Mickey out of NASA and JPL and billions of dollars. Oh, there's stuff happening all over the world, man. The Twitter is full of explosions of lightning, of sudden darkening, unexplicable darkening. And, there goes whoever trying to get the videos canceled. Um, but there's stuff that's inexplicable happening all over this planet right now that hasn't happened in the last 54 years of my life. So the 5 seconds of sounds that's been recorded was verified by Partha. Heck, there's a bunch of people here that I think are in the same city. Angel, who and Rhoda, who can verify this. He is a jolly good fellow, isn't he? I love making him laugh. I love it when Partha giggles. I love when my Western nonsense and my Western naivety encounters his great knowledge and learning. And I know he's like all apologetic. I'm like, no, 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 no. I like it. I like the smackdown. I like being taught. I like it when an engineer teaches a technician, what's up. And that's always had. I've been taught by masters of their industry, of their service, of what they do. So when I learned the telephone business, I didn't learn it. I learned the basic cabling from a basic cabling company. But when I started working on PBXs and larger main systems, it was an engineer, and we were at a hotel who was having PBX issues. A PBX when you're at a hotel and you pick up and you hit zero. Well, they have their own small telephone system that a city has. Literally, it's the same thing. It's just a much smaller cabinet, but the same technology. So if you can work on a PBX in a hotel, you can work on a big switch for an entire city, and you can go even bigger than that. So uh, this this brilliant man who had long since retired and set up his own company, but just needed to do something to get out of the house, was coming to fix a PBX, and his name's Richard, and he's just an amazing good man, a good Christian man. Um, and I had a curiosity. I was there doing some cabling, and he knew I was smarter than just a cableist. And we were talking, we were making jokes, and I asked him some questions about the PBX. And he was showing me, and he saw how fast I was going down. He said, "Well, you better sit down. I'm going to show you this whole cabinet. I'm going to teach you this whole thing right now." I'm like, "You really?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay." And he took the afternoon and just taught me a whole PBX and how it worked. I understood about a quarter of what he was showing me, but at least I had the roadmap of what was going to be my future career. So I knew what I had to learn and understand so that I could grow in that industry, which I did. And then I moved on to computer PCs because computer networks weren't there yet. We had AOL at that time when I was learning the desktop, and then Cisco and networks started coming out, and then interconnectivity started to grow, and the internet happened. Well, that happened while I was starting my career at each step. So, I was always taught by engineers. I never went to a Cisco school. I never went to a PC school. I never went to a telephone school. It was always people in the field, and I earned my blood stripes in my career. So much so that I can talk to a brilliant programmer, and we make sense to each other. And we look at our industry the same way. Whatever he does as programming, that's the dark arts. And he looks at my side of the business of networking. He's like, that's shady stuff that y'all do. Everybody that's in this thread, the things that Rhoda and Angel are saying are meaningful to humanity because they are on the vibration of what's happening. They are able to explain what's happening in the skies. There is nobody else on this planet right now that can explain what's happening in the skies except for Partha and his channel, his followers, the people that support him. So when Angel Hope says souls have won, all worthy souls have won, that's not bullshit. That's what, there's so much behind what she is saying in that one small word. That's how Partha came to us. I mean, he was dropping gems. And so Angel, and I know it's not bullshit, but a troll would troll her on that. But we know that she's dropping gems, but behind those gems is about a 3-hour explanation of what that means. So the gems that Rhoda Reporter and Angel Hope lay on us have about a 3-hour discussion, and it's coming from a very incredible spiritual place that you and I are not privy to. And I thank the Creator that they've entered this stream and can start dropping these gems, and maybe we can go to their channels and engage them in conversation and grow in our own knowledge. Will we make sense to our family? No. Even with the EMP talk and the spirituality talk, we won't make sense to those people because they're not ready to hear. Maybe we had to go through this EMP exercise of boot camp to shake out the wheat from the chaff. And whenever you're learning things that people will not teach you, you're going to make mistakes. As Parth has said, he's had egg on his face, he's had egg on his head. It's Joker, you loser, you can't fight me. I'm going to break eggs on you and make a fool of you, and everybody's going to laugh at you. But what happens every time is that the last laugh ends up being on the person that's trying to break the eggs on your head, because you have to go through certain humilities to gain greater knowledge. Absolute. I've been talking about you. I don't know how to read in Schumann resonance. Those red dots are meaningless to me. Thank you, Cosmic. All right. This is what I'm going to do, guys. So that everybody wants to listen to this from the beginning, I'm going to give this thread about 8 more minutes for everybody to focus in on, and to let this video compile itself on the YouTube machine, because it'll take many hours to do so. But we're not in any hurry anymore. I'm not, anyways. So I'm going to go ahead and end this thing. Let everybody go back and digest what they've learned and what they've grown by. Take a little bit of a walk. I am. Take a little bit of a prayer. I am. Do a little bit of meditation. I am. And let's come at this fresh at the next stream, which will be the 1 p.m. stream. There's 94 people here. Please chime in if you have any questions right now. Yeah, Rhoda, whenever people throw eggs at you, you make egg flip. Of course. Yeah, JLT, I'm right there with you. I don't want to end the stream. I don't want to end the conversation. But there's 96 people watching, and there's about a handful of people commenting. Everybody else is like, the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? What was that? I came in expecting this, and I've got this. I got to see this all over again. So we're going to wind this thing up so YouTube can compile it and build it up, and then we'll pick up on the 1 p.m. Eastern stream. I think we'll all come at this very much anew. Hey, Cosmically, I am wearing my Q colors. I am not officially part of the queue, but I have my place in the queue. And I'm gonna get that we have a bunch of Q lurking in the background, because we had a member of the queue yesterday, who is a fact checker, an acknowledged member of the queue yesterday, and she didn't have anything negative to say, and she's still talking to us. So she thinks we have something worthwhile to say. But for my new viewers here, this is the Breadcrumbs Project portion of the queue. If you've seen the queue map, thank you, Wayne. Thank you very, very much. And much love to you. Hello, Brenda. All right, so I bring this up for you. Jackie, hello. Chris, hello. So you all are familiar with the queue map. This is if you want to bring anybody to the queue, if you want to say what we're talking about, this is what we are talking about. This is the blending of myself and Partha with the map. Angel, I am glad you are here. Angel and Rhoda, can you speak to Yuga Fire? So if you see in the bottom portion there are four items that I think you guys can speak on, which is the Yoga Fire, Eucropsis, and Shemratari Firi. Does this mean anything to you guys? Hello, 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 Q. Before I wrap this up, and I might not wrap this up after all, but I do want this to start uh, going through its compilation process, so it'll be available on YouTube. But I have to acknowledge the queue because this is one of the synchronicities that occurred um, that hits you right in the head that you can't escape from. And Rabbit Hole is right there, and it speaks right to me. So everybody that's Q here, you're aware of the Q map. This is the Breadcrumbs project. Um, Breadcrumbs project part of the Q. So this is what we do. We don't do it with the Q. We do it independently, and we bring in team members. Um, wow, Dave, thanks. That means a lot. Yeah. Oh, wow, Brenda. Okay. So no, I don't have any association with Q. I don't want to have any association with Q. I want to be an independent verifier of the Q. Okay? So any communications I have with Q is here in public. There's nothing that I've talked about of the Q behind anything. If I have a discussion that's private, like I've had um, with with anybody, um, but especially with Partha, we've really brought every private conversation that we had into the public conversation. So um, this is what we do. I don't want any other portion of the queue. I've looked at it. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't like it. It's ugly. But this right here makes sense to me. And this is what we do. So anybody that has queue members that wants to ask what we are doing here, you can point to this right here, and we haven't moved from this square. No, I don't mind at all. I, I want anybody to come in here. If you're a troll, come in here. If you have doubt, come in here. If you have questions, come in here. If you have answers, come in here. Um, anything that you have to contribute, anything that you want to learn. This is obviously um, uh, uh, Partha and myself are students, but we're also teachers. So share with anybody that you want to. Only certain people are going to get it and want to be a part of this or even want to expose themselves to it, you know? Most of humanity doesn't even want to know about it. UFOs, none of it. They don't want to know any about it. It's because their reality is going to push back against yours. Their reality and their truth is just as strong and equal as yours. Free will. That is the fourth age. You have the entire right to be wrong and ignorant in this age, and you're going to get along just fine. Amen, absolute. Modini, what's happening with comets? They're going to hit each other. The head, Rahu's head, is joining his body. Atlas, the head, is joining the swan. And this is a lecture that we just had for the last 2 or 3 hours. Nothing to fear, Wayne. Absolutely nothing to fear. Well, thank you, Cosmic. Thank you. You found a home. You're not going to be mocked. You're not going to be ridiculed. What you've learned and what we have not spoken of, interject it, put it in there. I mean, we've had some amazing people pop in and out of this thread. We have one guy. I mean, he was dropping numerology. He was killing it, and that's how Partha came into our life. That's how Angel came into our life. Partha was just with the stuff I was saying. He was just dropping his gems right along with what I was saying. Even though there's some things that he didn't agree with me on, he knew I was going in the right path. He knew I was on the right path, a path that he was on, and so his gems. I mean, this is like a rap artist. This was like Beastie Boys. This was intellectual Beastie Boys that was happening. We just have a synchronicity, and the same with Epic. You know, Epic is the same way. I mean, he's part of this Beastie Boys thing that we got going on with um, me and um, me and Partha. Basically, if you want to look at it, Epic is the DJ. Rahu is the head. Ketu is the body. Atlas is the head, and Swan is the body. And so what we see in the skies is that these two guys are headed right for each other. If you look at it in the night sky, they are on a collision alignment, collision trajectory, and it's going to be over the white brother, which is Venus, because Venus is the Earth's brother. Venus is the Earth's sister. Venus is the Earth's twin. There's those two. Yeah, man. So so Epic, you're too young to even know who the Beastie Boys are, huh? You may have heard Beasties while you were in the crib. Three and two and one. Yay. Yay, Janicki. That makes me and Andrew and certainly Partha feel uh, the family. We'll put you in timeout. I won't put you in timeout. Epic is the disciplinarian of this family. Partha and I are the good cops. Epic's the bad cop. Back in the hood, Charles. Brass monkey. Collision on the 27th, 28th is what I'm predicting. I don't mind putting out a prediction. Partha has a much heavier following, a much stricter following. So when he puts something out there, he takes a beating, and I take a beating too. I don't mind the beating. Um, so he's not saying it, but what my eyes are telling me is that like in 4 or 5 days, the trajectory. Ah, okay. Um, put them groceries away. We call them groceries in Louisiana. If Sam or golly, who's the other guy from Louisiana? We say if we're going to go shopping in South Louisiana, Southeast Louisiana, especially New Orleans, we're going to go make groceries. Ma, I'm going to make groceries. What you need? Um, so you say shopping, I'm putting my groceries away. Epic is in Kent, England. I am in Murcia, Spain, and you are where you are. Catch everybody up. There is no intersection happening. There's nothing like that happening. Why? Because NASA lied to us. The numbers and information that we got from NASA are wrong. This video is winding up in a minute, and you'll see where they've been lying to us. Obviously so. Where are you at, Modini? Uh-oh. This video just got longer. Where you at? Seriously, what part? You're Uptown, Gretna, you West Bank. You're up by Desire Projects. Are you over by Champs Elysees? Yeah, I'm dropping stuff here. Um, If you tell me what bar you're close to, if you're close to Tipitina's, I know exactly where you are. And who in the group has heard of Tipitina's? If there's one concert hall you go to in your life, it's Tipitina's in New Orleans. Am I right, Modini? And again, it takes. I'm dropping stuff, man. Have I lost the stream? What's happening? All right. Just seeing if I'm coming back up live, guys. Sorry. All right. Old Jefferson near Harahan. All right, I know exactly where you are. Yeah, tips. Exactly. Where are you at? Yeah, I know exactly where you're at near Harahan. Old Jefferson. Sure. Very, very cool. I know. All right. Um, yeah, yeah, I know. All right, I've got to wind this up, guys. My equipment's giving out. Everything's giving out. Modini, 1 o'clock Washington D.C. time, 2 o'clock New Orleans time. We're picking all this back up, so I expect you to be on the thread. And we're closing this one down, guys. So wind it up, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock Eastern. All right. Yeah, everything's just running bad for me. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, so much. I just sent out a message saying I'm shutting this thing down and letting everything rest up. 1 p.m. Eastern. It's a whole new thing. We're on a whole new level, guys. And the team that we have right now compiled is amazing. Stay blessed, everybody. Namaste. To my friends in India, I cannot tell you how much you mean to us, especially at these times. You're bringing clarity when clarity is needed. You're bringing education when so many of us need to be taught. And you're giving us hope when we've met with frustration. And I cannot give you anything but good things and good hope. And may the light shine brightly for you as you are shining upon us. All right, guys. Breadcrumbs Project signing off for now. See you 1 p.m. Eastern. And even the comment thread is going to be closing down too, okay? So this will be heading down. Let me just make this one change. And see you all, guys. Doing the title on the live, and I'm gonna let it sit up for a little while so folks can say the goodbyes, but then shut it down hard. And plus play some music. That's always good. 1 p.m. Eastern. Be there, be square. Boy, and my Yat, who's in the screen, I hope you can make it, man. Modini, I hope you see it because I want to tell some New Orleans stories, and you can back it up, man. And what there is about New Orleans, you can't make it up. You can't lie about New Orleans. It's been done. It's been done. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Think good thoughts. Do good deeds. Say good things. And even if you make mistakes, you're living a life of truth and decency and wholesomeness. And so you don't mind. If you're being deceitful and you're trying to take somebody from somebody and the truth comes out, then you have a problem. And the deceit comes out. But if you're wholesome and if you're true in your studies and your beliefs, you make mistakes, you're going to be okay. All right. Breadcrumbs out. See ya. See y'all at 1 p.m.